was talking in the C/C++ Discord server for about Vim and how I tried using VS Code but didn't like it because the Vim integration wasn't great. Like the Vim keybinds, it didn't feel very good. Like you had like basic like Vim motions and stuff, and like it worked, but like the overall editing experience, like I still want to do as much as possible with my keyboard. And I just feel like VS Code didn't accommodate that. Plus that was through a plugin as well, a VS Code extension, so it wasn't even native. And then someone said, and I quote, they said, Zed does Vim stuff pretty well, IMO. Now I've heard of Zed before, like 2 years ago when it first went open source, and there's like a lot of buzz about it, but I didn't really look into it because it advertised itself as also being a good like human AI cross editor. So I was like, oh, AI, whatever, I don't care. But now looking at, and also back then I was probably using VS Code, but now looking at it again, in the big 2026, I'm like, even like if you just ignore the AI stuff, it is really good. Like it's native, first of all, so like it's not Electron or like Chromium, whatever, and it uses GPU, so like it's fast, and apparently it has strong Vim support, like for Vim keybinds and stuff. So I'm very intrigued, and now I want to check it out. So I've got my dinner here, which is your typical dinner of eggs, toast, and baked beans. So yeah. Now I might try the editor, but before I try it, I want to have a look at what people are saying about it. So let's have a look at these videos. If my browser will work. Also, if anyone is watching this, if you know any browsers that are also keyboard focused, and the same that Vim are, but still render images well, like I've heard of like, for example, the Lynx browser is pretty cool because like it's built for you to navigate with using your keyboard, and it renders in your terminal. But that's the issue, it renders in your terminal, which means images look like shit. And also like CSS stuff wouldn't work as well. So like if you watching this know any browser that's good like that, let me know. But anyway, I'm gonna have a look at probably this video first. Because like when I switched to Zed, I mean, I've just spent the last 3 days configuring Neovim to my liking, Neovim. And it seems like it's going to work well for me. So for me to switch to Zed, there would need to be some compelling reasons. And I'm not
All
just
right,
like...
from Vim to
well.
Zed. Around 20 years of using Vim in December. By the way, if you guys don't know Thorsten Ball is awesome. He worked a lot at SourceGraph. He has a really incredible book, which you can actually get 30% off with a coupon.
I need to check out SourceGraph.
Code that I have, and I don't get any money from it. It's just literally you get it for free. He said one day he'll buy me some beer or something like that. Theinterpreterbook.com, and he also has a compiler book. He's really, really smart, awesome engineer. I absolutely think he's just...
Okay, good start. Interpreter book. And go. No. Is it free? No, it's not free. Okay. I was just like checking if the online version would be free.
One of the top shelves to do that. Anyways, really like Thorsten Ball. So he's writing from Vim to Zed, and so he works on Zed now. He's helping with the Linux port. He's doing Vim emulation. He's doing a lot of stuff like that. So
Zed is indeed on Linux, so I can use it.
Great guy to be doing this. He's worked in tools. I know he worked at SourceGraph before this, doing a lot of the language tools and all that with Tej. So I think he's very, very smart. So I want to see what he has to say here. Around 20 years of using Vim in December last year, I switched to Zed as my main editor. Since some friends have asked me about the switch, not that you work at Zed, are you using Zed instead of Vim? I thought I'd write about it. You know, that I'd switch. Yes. So what's left to talk about is the why. Okay. This dude's a 100x engineer. He's literally a 100x engineer. Before we do that, though, let me make something clear. I love Vim and Neovim. I've used Vim professionally, intensely, admiringly, loudly. Guess that's why people ask me whether I switched for the last 13 years. I wrote a blog post about getting better at Vim 12 years ago, and I haven't lost interest since. 5 years ago, I switched to Neovim. Discovering what Neovim and its community had to offer brought me a lot of joy. I've got 10,000 hours in Vim. The man's good. Okay, we get it. You used to use Vim, and you're old. That's right. I have to tell you all of this since I wrote about testing before and put a paragraph with credentials in it, and people still thought I hadn't written enough tests yet. I hate the internet. Okay, so let me say it again. In the second paragraph, I love Vim, I know Vim, I'm very good at Vim, I can hear Drew Neal's accent when I close my eyes, I know who my Pope is. He's talking about T-Pope, the only Pope. And I remember where Derek said Vim is the wonder horse. And I've learned Vim tricks from Gary Bernhardt. And I was there when TJ read the Vim manual. I live on the home row. I once spent a Christmas vacation reading through the best Vim tips back when it was a single text file on Vim.org. By the way, there when TJ read the Vim manual is crazy.
What is TJ's significance with Vim? I mean, I don't know much about TJ in general, but I like using Neovim core team. So, like, is he on the core team of Neovim and its development? He is. He created telescope.nvim? Did he? I didn't know that. I mean, that's an organization, right? Let's give it a second. Rockerboo, Delphinus, TJ DeVries, that's him. OCaml. He made a course on memory management on C, for C, on boot.dev. I see. Oh, the more you know. This would be cool, by the way, to watch. So anyway, I was thinking for someone to switch from Vim to Zed, I feel like if you're like a Vim power user, it makes sense, because ultimately you use Vim for the efficiency, for the keybinds, right? So if another editor comes along where you still get that efficiency plus other things, it makes sense to switch. Like it's not about having a Vim cult, you know, and like or not even like being attached to the Vim ecosystem in the same way that like Emacs users would be tied to their ecosystem, because you know Emacs is like a mini operating system. So when you have apps made or like, you know, tools and plugins made for Emacs or I guess macros, whatever, like they're made for Emacs, so they won't work anywhere else. Vim is similar because like obviously the plugins will only work for Vim, but Vim isn't an operating system, so you lose a lot less when switching. It's just the editor. So then if another editor comes along that does all those things and potentially even better, it makes sense to switch. So it doesn't surprise me that a Vim user of like 20 years or plus would switch to Zed. And that makes me very curious now. What is so good about Zed that has this guy switching?
Others leave... Dude, I leave colon Qs around. Others leave colon Qs around. I twitch a VAP GP or GQ when writing prose. Grown-ups, I brought tears with my use of Vim macros. It's not clear whether it was awesome struck weeping or just stop and do this by hand so we can move on weeping. But that shall not matter for this discussion. Okay, credentialed. We're credentialed. We know it's credentialed. What's hopefully clear now is that I don't switch editors lightly. Yet I did. Why? I'm not going to lie to you. I'm a little nervous. Am I going to become a Zedder? I'm a little worried. Okay, I'm a little worried. What happened if at the end of this article I want a Zed?
He hasn't, so.
Let's start with the obvious. Even though it's more of a requirement than a reason, Zed has Vim mode. Without that, I wouldn't have switched. But that's intriguing to me. What lured me to Zed is that Vim mode is composable with the rest of Zed. And Zed has a lot of things I've always been curious about. Multi-cursors, multi-selections, undo, redo stack for selections. In Zed, I can use them all while using Vim motions and operators. Imagine as I did, the powers of Vim mode combined with multi-cursors, multi-selections. That's right. That's what got my curiosity. Conversely, that's also why I find the idea of just embedding Neovim into Zed a bit boring. In my eyes, it would make Zed just another GUI wrapper. I actually agree with the statement. Totally agree with that. Totally agree with this. Cool. Cool. Okay. It's neat. I mean, the usage of Mac rookie probably doesn't even.
Yeah, so if I'm not mistaken, the reason that Vim doesn't have multi-cursors is because the terminal doesn't support it, right? Otherwise, it probably should. I also wonder, like about the benefit of multi-cursors, though. Like how often you actually use it. Like I use it quite often in. Yeah, sorry, I'm just saying because like there's Control Q, right? But that's not really multi-cursors. That's more like you copy paste it after you type it because it's not simultaneous. But like when I was using VS Code, I used multi-cursors a lot. But that was more just because editing was such a pain anyway by hand. Whereas in Vim, like even without multi-cursors, you do have macros that you can record. Well, not macros, but like recordings that you can play back, and then therefore it will like do things quickly. Like I said, like Control Q for quick insertions, and like other like search and replace. Like there are things such that you don't really need multi-cursors the way you do with the mouse. But like I remember in VS Code, like so much of my workflow was just multi-cursors and search and replace. But like I had to do it manually with a mouse, and it was really annoying. So when I got used to Vim. So much better.
Even use Vim. Anyway, there's a let's see. So Command D isn't that what VS Code does too? That's pretty neat. It's Mac OS X only. Thorsten's working on the port. I believe. And then there's a multi-buffer. Oh yeah, multi-buffer. What a thing of beauty. In short, the multi-buffer allows you to view multiple excerpts from multiple buffers files in a single tab. And here's the amazing part. Edit them as if they are all the same file. What's it called? Cock.vim? Cock, right? Yeah, Neoclide's Cock. This one totally does the same thing. You can do this search and replace. That's super cool, where you can actually search it up and you'll get a file that looks just like one big file. And as you edit it, it edits every single individual file within it. It's absolutely, it's a really cool thing. I actually thought Cock was super cool. It's just that it ended up, I can't even run it right now. I believe it requires Node. I can't even run it right now. I don't even have Node on my system. Edit them as if they are all the same file. Yes, you can search my dumb typo, find all references of a variable, or find all implementations of an interface, and the result all gets displayed in a multi-buffer, and in the multi-buffer, you can edit all of the excerpts. It's glorious. Vim users, imagine if you could edit the quick fix list.
Yeah.
We can. Emacs users, yes, you already know you already know this, and you call it occur mode. Thanks for tuning in. But I do agree with this. This is super cool, by the way, because with this you can do like find and replaces across several files, and so it feels super, it feels super handy, right? This is super cool. Look at that, doing multiple cursors across multiple files. It's pretty cool. Like I can see why this is good. I mean, typically I would do something like cdo. You can do cdo. You can also run cursor. You can also run macros across files. You can actually put all that cdo. Cdo allows you to. So for those that don't know what cdo is, here, slog. Here, I'll just search up slog. Put everything into a quick fix list, so I can just walk through every reference of slog, and then I can go cdo. I'm going to rename slog to bog, right? And I'll do a gc. So I'll do it globally, and I'm going to do it, and I'm going to confirm each time. Yes, 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 and it's just going across every single occurrence in here. I like it. Okay.
Yeah, which is fine. There's also, I think you also rename with LSPs. Like if, let's say you want to do a global variable rename, if your LSP confines it across all the files, then you can also rename it that way. I've seen that as like an option. I haven't used it yet, I'm also not entirely sure how I even got it to show up in the first place, but I saw it, so it's there.
Okay, multi-cursor, multi-buffer, multi-selection in combination with Vim mode, the power seems endless. How could I not try that? I mean, I think it's pretty cool. I like that. The problem is all the things I like about Vim are all the small things, right? Like Harpoon. I like how Telescope works. I like my I like quick fix lists a whole bunch, right? Like the problem is the things I like about Vim are a little bit different than multi-cursor is neat. I often just go into macros or find and replace. Maybe I'm missing out. I mean, there are some things I think multi-cursor can do that macros can't. I don't think so, because multi-cursor is just a macro that you play all at once. You just play live, right? That's all it really is. I don't know. Anyways, interesting. To linger on the practical matter before switching. Plus, it's really easy to hack on. But maybe Zed's really easy to hack on. I've never tried that. To linger on the more practical matters before switching to the abstract. Yes, I worked at Zed. I work at Zed. That's also a reason for why I use it. Would I use it even if I didn't work there? Yes, I did before I joined Zed. Now I use Zed because I work at Zed. I work at Zed because I used Zed and found it very interesting. Pulling this apart into hypotheticals seems pointless. What I can tell you is that I wouldn't work at Zed without using it. That seems hypothetically absurd to me. Agreed. If you worked at an editor company and you didn't use the editor itself, that is absurd, right? You should make the editor exactly it would make no sense for me to go work at IntelliJ and develop IntelliJ via Neovim, because it just means I fundamentally don't use that product, and it just feels like especially something like that. That means I don't like it, right? I don't like it enough to use it. So why would I be a good developer on it? I wouldn't be. Would I write this post if I didn't work there? Yes, absolutely. Do I work there because I'm the type of guy who writes blog posts about switching editors? Probably. All right. These are good points. Now, for the abstract that made me try it out and switch and makes me keep using it. The values behind Zed, the editor and the team overlap with my own. Performance, simplicity, focus, aesthetics, love of the craft. That's what I saw when I first used it and what resonated with me. Whether the founders would sign off on the list, I'm not sure about, but does it matter? Maybe. I don't know. I'd have to think about that. Right? Because eventually they will break the reasons why you like it if they are not aligned with what you're saying. Sometimes you use software and it's as if you're walking past a bar, hear music coming out of it, and you immediately start to nod to what you hear. You start to nod your ear. Wait, I don't know. Nod your head. You start to nod your head. There we go. You start to nod your head. Do you go in or go home and listen to the same music you've always been listening to? It's a good question. He's jamming. Whoopsies. Oh my goodness. Can we just stop with that floaty thing? I like to highlight. Do I have to share everything as a quote? But
Exact same thing, dude. I like to highlight as I read, and I swear I misclick on these fucking pop-ups all the time. Can my computer not lag for like 2 seconds?
Thorsten, values. What I want to know, does it support Vim macros, registers, marks? Does it have jump lists? What about rainbow parentheses? It supports some of these, will support a lot of others. Might never reach 100% feature compatibility with Neovim, but I have to admit I don't care that much. I need to feel 90% Vimmy so I don't curse. But what's more important than getting the other 10% to me is it's something new.
I don't use macros, I think. Yeah, I don't use macros. Well, I mean, I guess I do to an extent. But I know like editing macros for like common editing patterns. But it's an idea to set that up. Obviously, I use macros for like other people's plugins, like like Nvim is, I guess you could call that a macro, right? Because you instantiate it and then it comments out something. So like that's a macro. Yeah, I don't know. I'm trying to think like what would be useful for a macro. Like a variable definition macro, probably not. Like a function definition macro. But like most of the time, typing it out isn't really that much of a hassle anyway. It's more for bigger things like a class body in C++ or something with the public, private, and all that. Like that could be useful for a macro. But really, it just comes down to not using programming languages that are so needlessly annoying to write. C++, I don't really have issues with somehow. I guess as the language has evolved, it's improved. But like, you know, if I was stuck typing Java for my day job, I probably would use those. Also, registers. I'm really bad with registers. Like, I very unfrequently use them. Like, you know, like I assume them used for like yanking and stuff. In fact, I've actually switched my config now. So my yanking now automatically goes to my clipboard as opposed to the Neovim register, whatever, because it's just such a hassle to like remember which register has which. I like copy to the register instead of copying to this, and like I have to paste it, but I paste to my register. It's just a hassle. So I don't know. But at the same time, it's annoying when you're... Jesus Christ, my congestion. It's annoying when your register gets overwritten. Like, even like just something as simple as like, I want to yank this, okay, I want to delete this, and then I want to paste something in, right? But whoops, deleting something also yanked. So like maybe if deleting didn't yank, but then it's like, well, then I need to yank and then delete, and yanking also removes the selection. So I don't know. It's probably the most annoying thing so far that I've had with Vim motions is just the yanking, like, or the copy paste basically. It's quite annoying.
I think this is where we now fundamentally break off from each other. For me, that last 10% is what really makes me excited. I really, really enjoy it. I mean, we wouldn't have been making a real-time renderer in all of this for no reason, right? It wouldn't make any sense. We wouldn't have done all of this. And so I absolutely just, I think maybe I'm a little crazy. Sure, reasonable. But for me, this is just like what I like. I don't know. And so I think the value is in the 10%. Jump lists. I absolutely love jump lists. Rainbow parentheses, I don't care about rainbow parentheses. That's not, I assume they can support that. That's just a plugin, right? That's not. Rainbow parentheses is like, it doesn't really matter, right? Registers, I love registers. Macros, loves them. Marks, absolutely. Dude, marks are very, very good, but I guess I got harpoon these days, so I can forego marks for harpoons. But I do still use local marks every now and then, because it just sometimes is easier having local mark. It's more about being hackable at the end of the day. I do agree with that. If it's really hackable and it's really easy to hack on. For me, that's the big thing, is Vim is really easy to hack on. It's really easy.
By hack on, I assume means like config and customize, which, yeah.
Like they didn't, or Neovim, shall I say. It's very, very, very easy. Yeah, Zed is not hackable yet, so that's like a big problem for me, right?
There's also the benefit that you can use Neovim anywhere to like SSH into things, which is very convenient. Yeah, I mean, again, like, I don't do much SSHing, but if I did, I would need Neovim. The thing is, so like, switching between Neovim and like Zed with the same keybinds wouldn't be such a big problem. But there are some features you would hit where it's like, yeah, like it depends how advanced of stuff you're doing on the SSH. Like, if you're writing like entire, I don't know, like industry, like if you're working on literal industry software projects while SSHing, then that is, you know, you kind of want to have as much of your editor with you as possible, and therefore using Neovim can be good there because Neovim would work there, whereas a GUI like Zed wouldn't. But, you know, I mean, but then like realistically, why would that happen anyway? I've never SSH'd. I mean, I have, but like not to like do any work or anything. I've only done it to like test things in my university lectures. So I don't know what you would do, but anyway.
I mean, Neovim is so dang easy. You need a few lines of code and you can open up a window. A few more lines and you can put in anything you want in there. It's all searchable. I mean, that's one thing. Like Neovim, you pretty much go API.neovim, blah, 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 blah for it. But here, Neovim / buff set mark, name, text, lines, key map, options, extension marks, virtual text, get offset, get lines of it, right? I can get all these things, right? It's just like right there. Fast. It's very, very, very easy. Get current.
Just those thing about Neovim or the LSPs. That's it. Which actually makes you wonder. I see a lot of hype about not using an LSP, about like having an LSP-less dev workflow. But I don't know, man. Like, do you need an LSP? Like, I've definitely been struggling without a debugger because debugging is such a pain in some languages. Like, in languages where like debugging is really easy to do, it's great. But for languages like C++, where like, especially with reflection only just coming in, like the tools to debug aren't that great, you really would benefit from having more of a debugging focused workflow where you compile and then you switch between compiling and debugging. But for an LSP, you don't really need an LSP. A debugger is useful, again, unless you have adequate logging libraries or whatever. But with an LSP, you lose the inlay hints and that's it, right? And autocomplete, actually. You lose autocomplete, you lose inlay hints, and you lose like documentation, right? Like if I'm writing a function, I have to then look up what the function is. I think that's the biggest thing, the lookup. And that's what makes it so much easier to jump to source or jump to definition. That's really important. And it also makes it really good for just seeing what a function does without having to like go to some API reference. Like when I was using STL, I had to like constantly jump to the STL docs. But I hope now that when I get back to working on that game, after I finish setting up a few more things, then I will be able to just have a much easier time because I won't have to look up every single thing on their API docs, right? I can just know the function name, look at it, or even like guess the function name and fuzzy search might get it for me. And then I can see the docs that way in my editor. So there is that benefit. The other benefit as well that just came to mind was one feature I do like is how it tells you which includes you don't use or like which modules you don't use. Now the Rust compiler, like again, a good compiler like the Rust compiler would tell you this anyway, so you don't need an LSP for that. But C++ doesn't. Like it doesn't tell you which includes or unused because you probably might be using them anyway, just because of how like much comes in includes and how much is imported anyway. Like if I include IOStream, I also get string and stuff, right? Which isn't necessarily what I intended. It just happens to be that way. So like, if I have string and IOStream included, but I'm only using string, then I would want my LSP to tell me, I want my LSP to tell me, you're not using IOStream, you don't need it to include it. It's a minor thing, but like it just helps keep things cleaner. But yeah, like an LSP-less workflow, it sounds nice just because LSPs are so slow in general. Like they take like a good few seconds to start up. Which can, well, like you do notice it. You very much do notice it, and I notice it all the time when I was working with VS Code and CLion. LSPs are just slow. Whereas compiler, yes, the compiler is also fairly slow, but you compile when you want to compile. Whereas with an LSP, you get used to expecting inlay hints. The other thing about inlay hints as well is that I feel like it can be distracting. Like if I am constantly getting things, as I'm typing, then it's like, oh, I got an error there. Oh, I need to go back, whatever. Like, yeah, it makes things easier to deal with when they arise, but it can be distracting as well. But overall, I feel like an LSP has to be worth it. Just because of like the autocomplete is such a huge thing, and like features that your compiler won't do. I mean, also like all the integrations that come with an LSP, like how you can search for things across files. Like the reason that you can do search and replace across files, or like at least smartly, is because of the LSP. So, but there's also tree sitter, which can do it quite a bit. But anyway, it's just interesting.
Buffer, get current window, get current line, get tab page, get cursor, right? Like it's all just right there, and it makes it so easy to be able to do all those things. I don't know. For me, being able to build things inside my editor is super important because I get to solve so many annoying issues. Is Neovim as hackable as Emacs? No, it's not as hackable as Emacs. There's some things that it's not hackable with, like moving the status from bottom to top, I believe is not hackable. There's some things that are like locked into Neovim. Oh, Mike, thank you for the 7 months. So you can't do anything like that. Here's some examples. A few years ago, I didn't use any autocomplete, only Vim's file name completion. Then I tried a language servers and autocomplete, and now I can't live without them. Inlay hints, for the first time I saw them in VS Code, I had to try it out when writing Rust, ended up writing Rust in VS Code for a few months purely because of inlay hints. Then switched back to Neovim when inlay hints landed there.
Yep.
I think the inlay hints in Neovim is actually so much better. I actually hate VS Code's inlay hints, where it puts the type within the line, whereas like when you're doing like a bunch of, Vim puts it on the outside, and I really like that because it doesn't move the text. I hate when text moves based on those things. It just drives me bonkers.
I'm not sure what we're talking about. Inlay hints like what? Like for the error messages, those go in the end. Does it mean like variable names and stuff? Because I have those in line. And yeah, like while it's a bit annoying, it's still worth it just to have the variable names show up. Actually, yeah, that's another reason for the LSP actually that I didn't mention. I got so used to like using C++ and Rust without it that you really do suffer from not having from those languages not supporting named function arguments. But then with an LSP, it just shows the arguments for you. So then it becomes a lot less of a pain point. Like one of my big motivations for making my own programming language was literally because of named function arguments and just function arguments in general being kind of inflexible. So I do much appreciate that coming back with me configuring my LSP for Neovim.
It drives me bonkers. Anyways, the first time I saw them in VS Code, I had to try it out when writing Rust. I ended up writing Rust in VS Code for a few months purely because of inlay hints, then switched back to Neovim when inlay hints landed there. And now I'm convinced inlay hints are a game changer in developer tooling. I don't use them anymore. I never really... I guess I very rarely need to use them, and anytime I need to use anything like that, I just do something like K when I need to see what's going on, right?
What is he talking about? Like, what kind of inline hints is he referring to?
And I go, oh, okay, these are the things that I need. Is there anything else? Okay, no, I don't need those. Okay. You know, like I've never really needed that. Inlay hints, if you're doing Rust, you would see like you'd see shadow text appear here and be like, you know, this thing is a string, right? It would tell you that this line is producing an iterator of string, iter of type equal string or whatever it is, right? And so you can kind of see that. Let's see, this year I also ditched T.
Yeah, so my take on that is always just, at least for now, is a language should not need to depend on inlay hints. For C++, I only have them for argument names, that's it. Same with Rust. I only want them for function arguments, named function arguments, because like those are such a big deal. But for like implicit type things, it tells you what the type is. If I really need to know what the type is, I believe there should be a way in the language for you to then just annotate it. Like if I'm constantly confused at what the type of this is, it's probably because I haven't been good with my type annotations. I haven't been good with my type annotations, and I'm relying too much on type inference. Of course, that's for my code. If I'm reading code, it's different because then, you know, some people just don't include things, and then I can't edit it either, so then the hints are useful. But you can't toggle that as you go anyway. Like having the option there for like when you read code is also good. But like just generally speaking, if anything, I use inlay hints as like a sign that I need to fix this. Like if I see an inlay hint, it is a sign that I need to restructure the code or like modify it so that it no longer shows up. That's how I treat them usually.
Emux. Oh, really? From my regular setup, purely because I wanted to know what it's like using Ghosty. So I'm actually in the Ghosty Discord. I'm gonna use Ghosty. I'm going to. Okay, Hashy. I'm going to.
I've heard about Ghosty. What's so good about it? Like I also like what's good about the terminals in general? Like I use Kitty, and I don't really get why I'd use Ghosty or Kitty. Like, I just chose Kitty because, like, that's the one that most people use on Linux. But, like, I don't really understand what the point of it is. Like, if one's faster, I guess, then that's a useful thing. But, like, Anything else?
Without tmux in the middle. I want to try it out to get more performance out of it. Back in 2017, I flirted with Emacs. Oh my goodness, I flirted with Emacs in 2017 too. Oh, I did so much time with Emacs and DoMax and all that. Still think of the ideas I found on a regular basis. And to this day, I still go like this, leader PF to do a project file search, right? Tell me that's not DoMax. Tell me I'm not.
PF is project file. Okay, good to know, because I was wondering where it was P. So I have project git search, project file search. I have project comment file. Yeah, I have PCF for project comment file. I guess it'd be good to maybe change those so it makes more sense. Anyway, is that
DoMax, leader PS to do a file search or to do a project search. It's like it's ingrained in my head, some of those items that they did. I liked DoMax and what it had to offer. So there you go. I switched to Zed. Let's see. I switched because Zed had Vim mode, and there's something very intriguing text editing mechanics in it because its value resonates with me because I wanted to try something new. Do I still use Vim? Yes, for some config files or when I want to edit directly using Neovim. But my main editor for programming is Zed. There's a lot to learn. Thank you, Thorsten. It's very interesting.
Is that it?
I don't know. I'm not convinced I think those things are really cool. Like watching this, I think this is super, super cool. I liked all of that.
Deal breaker.
It's definitely more convenient to begin with than macros, for sure. And maybe it's nicer to use than macros. But one nice part about macros is their replayability. So when I get done having this and I see another line that I need to do it, I can replay that macro and re-execute on it. So there's some things that I really like about that.
Yeah, the issue with having like live multi-edit is that if you just like forget to edit a line or like forget to select one or like you misclick on one, then that's a pain in the ass. And that actually happened to me all the time, where like I don't have to repeat the same thing I just did because I forgot to do it here or I forgot to, like that this file was there. But like he said, with macros, you just I forgot, boom, execute it, and it's done again, because like it's saved.
Because this is just macros that you're running live, right? This is just a live running macro. That's the only difference between multi-cursor and macros is just that. They're pretty much the same thing. Anyways, pretty interesting. Pretty interesting. He uses mouse cursor to do that? No, he uses controlled, you can see Command D right here, right? He highlights this with visual selection, and then says Command D, which finds the next occurrences, and then he can do that. The jump lists and quick fix lists are really nice in Vim. Yeah, so those are the big things that are really hard for me to move is location lists, quick fix lists, jump lists. Those are all super duper for me. And this is just macros that are live played, which is, generally more convenient. I can agree, more convenient. There's some things that are really hard to do with multi-cursors that are really easy to do with macros.
I disagree that they're more convenient. Like, it looks cooler, but it's good, like, if you specifically need to type out the exact same thing in the exact same place on different lines, or like the same kind of place. Like here, he's typing it on the end of the line, right? But yeah, most of the time, copy and pasting just isn't that bad. I feel like the bigger reason that you'd want a multi-cursor in Neovim is not because it's better than macros or yanking and pasting, but more just because for a lot of people, it's a hassle to, like, for example, with VSCode for multi-cursors, you point and click where you want to type, and then you just type, and that's it, right? For Neovim, you would need to go to the location, go to the next location, and then go to the next location, right? And I feel like that's a hassle for people if navigating Neovim is not easy, because like it's definitely harder to navigate Neovim than to just point and click. It's why I'm very excited now that I have the Flash. I've had the Flash extension for a long time, but I never used it. But now that I'm being reminded of it, I'm actually using it now, and it's actually it makes a world of difference. It means I can just hop to wherever I want to, really quickly, which is awesome. It means because like for a long time I was actually considering like, are there any like is there any workflow that I can do where I can like use the mouse to point and click just so I can like navigate easier? But with Flash, it's no need. Like Flash makes things so fast. So like at that point, do you really benefit from multi-cursors? Because like take away that aspect of it, and then it's like, yeah, like maybe it's like a small time increase. I'm trying to think like when I was inserting ASCII art for my Neovim alpha dashboard, and then I had to like use a macro to, well, I defined a macro, you know, like the recording feature and then replay it. I did that for each line. But like I liked it better, like with the macro, just because, again, like if I make a mistake, well, first of all, if I make a mistake, then I can just undo it easily. Yes, multi-cursors are the same, but like I don't have to like reselect everything. Like I can just do it on one line as a proof of concept, and if that works, apply it to the other lines, and that's fine. And then once you get used to doing that, like everything just becomes super efficient. For multi-cursors, I'm trying to think. Yeah, I don't know. Like I just can't imagine. It's good that with multi-cursors you can see it live, so like you can see how different lines are reacting. But I don't have an issue with that. Like I don't have an issue noticing what the pattern is and then being careful that I don't like mess it up. Yeah, I don't know. But like if that's the only, like if that's the killer feature of Zed, then I don't really care. I mean, same with like Emacs, like that wouldn't get me to use Emacs either.
Things with multi-cursors just generally are easier than macros. So same tool though. I like it though. I like it. You're missing out. Multi-cursor is king. No. Macros are king. Multi-cursors are more convenient, right? Right. Multi-cursor is nice when you can go above and below the macro change stuff. Macros you can go quite wild with, right? I'm sure you could set up a multi-cursor in Neovim. I'm sure there's something that you could do. I wouldn't know how to do it. It may not be possible. Multi-cursor is like a one-trick pony. I would agree with that. But multi-cursors are super convenient. Like, I'm not a fool. Multi-cursors are very, very convenient. For me, I mean, really, this whole article comes down to... anyways, I can't find the spot where he says, for him, it's about feeling a Vimy. Yeah, there we go. I don't know. The hard part is, can you feel Vimy without registers, marks, jump lists, location lists, quick fix lists? I don't know. That's like such a core thing I do. I don't know.
Are those actually missing from what's it called, Zed?
Oh, it'd be hard. It would be interesting. I do like, one thing I think we could all take away from this is that I love, there's a reason why he's really amazing as an engineer. There's a reason why Thorsten is like 100x engineer. And you can see it throughout this article. Can anyone guess what it is? Not only is he not afraid to try things, he has like deep curiosity that makes him not just try it for a moment, but try it and get really good at it. And then go, oh, I like these things from it and I don't
try it and then get employed at the company.
like these other things. And like that is such a valuable skill. He's clearly handsome AF. That would be the other thing he does. The biggest weakness I see in engineers is the most evident when it comes to working with Go, which is they open up, they start using Go. And when they start using Go, they go, it doesn't have macros like Rust does. Oh man, it doesn't have sum types like Rust does. And they try to take Go and try to make it into Rust. And then when they're severely disappointed that it doesn't do it how Rust does it, they're like, this language sucks. You could say the same thing about any other languages when you compare them. That is the single worst way to use and learn a language. It's because you are trying to use the language.
Okay. I'm fortunate enough that I don't like any language. I kind of dislike them all. C++ is definitely the best of the few, which is crazy. Like I can even say that. Like you think Rust would be the best, but the thing with Rust though, like it's less so that I can't do X thing in Rust that I can do in C++. Although there isn't that much. I mean, obviously there are many things you cannot do in Rust that you can in C++, but it's more like a lot of those things aren't good things. Like Rust takes a lot of the best practices, but like there's stuff that like that's more philosophical that I don't like about Rust. That I do like about C++. I do wonder if, like I mean, obviously you have to question yourself, like, well, is that just because I'm so used to C++, or is it because there's an actual thing there? So like that's why I want to actually like, explore this deeply. I still plan to use Rust because there are things I like about it. But the more I use it, the more I can like really flesh out those thoughts and whether or not they persist. For example, I do not like Rust macro system. I think macros are a design stink, let's say. It's like what's a good analogy? I don't know if there's a good analogy. Like it's like, 'cause I mean, it's hard to have like analogies with programming because programming is so elite. Like as far as like systems management goes, like it really doesn't get much more involved than programming. Like it's macros are an excuse to not implement better systems. Like if someone makes a macro to have an operator, then that's indicative that there is, well, either the person using it is being pretentious and they should not insist on using that operator because maybe there are good reasons to not use it, or the language should have that operator or like something like similar, and then the macro has to be used because the language lacks that. I mean, like it's the reason I use macros in C++. You know, I hate using macros, but I have to if I want to have like a Rust style question mark return, because C++ doesn't have that yet, so I have to make a try macro that will early return on error. Or C++'s module system is very lacking. Yes, modules are coming, but it's slowly coming, and even then you will still like libraries will still have to be included, so you have to use a macro for that just to have like fucking split file management. And that's why you need macros. So like it fills in gaps. Macros as an actual feature, I'm not a fan of. And I said this before, and I'll say it again. I want to go on a research journey where I look at the uses the uses of macros in other languages, see what those uses are, and then see what gaps those are trying to fill and how those can be filled through native language features. That doesn't rely on a macro system. That's what I want to try and figure out. Because I'm just not convinced that they're needed. But like that's a big thing with Rust. There's a thing like with Rust with like mutation and stuff, and oh my god, how you just in a 100-line function that returns an expression, you know, that returns a value, you don't put a return statement at the end, you just throw the value at the end, and it just looks really weird because like there's no semicolon, there's no like return, like it's just thrown in there, and it looks so weird. I hate that. Pet peeve, minor thing, but like it's things like that where it's like it's not just that I'm not doing things the Rust way and like I miss C++. It's more just that I don't like C++ that much anyway. I appreciate it for the language it is, but it has horrific issues, and I come to Rust wanting something better, and I somehow get other issues. So that's my issue right now with those languages and other languages too, like Nim and Odin and Zig and oh my god, Kotlin, Scala and all sorts. Swift though looks appealing. Definitely has issues too, but like Swift has named function arguments like like that alone is just so delectable.
Which as if it were Rust. It's not. How does it propose you solve something? It could be vastly different than what you're used to. And maybe that difference is better. Granted,
he's talking about Go to Rust. I feel like the transition from Go to Rust is a lot more drastic and extreme than the transition from C++ to Rust, because both are systems programming languages, whereas Go is not. Go is garbage collected. So
maybe it's worse, but you will never know unless if you understand how it wants to do something. And that's the important part, and you can just see this oozing out of this article, is that he goes, I want to know how it does something. And that's why when he talked about embedding Neovim, he said it would be boring, because it is. Of course it's boring. You could just embed Neovim into Zed, but why would you do that? You lose the Zed thing, right? And now you're just Neovim with Zed Chrome. Yeah. No, it's like, I want to use Zed for the Zed purpose, and then see if I like it. Anyways, just some thoughts. The name
is the Primogen.
It's the Primogen.
Holy aura. Sick. So my computer's just absolutely dying right now. I'm probably going to close some of these tabs. Yeah, something about Codeberg banning AI. I don't know why it banned. I mean, I can imagine why, but like, well, because people voted on it, that's why. But yeah, banning AI code or like contributions, is that useful? I feel like it's just more of like a, I don't know. I feel like it's a bad move. I mean, I don't use AI anyway to write code. I only use it to help me understand code and concepts. I don't like use it in my editor to like generate stuff, but even then, like I definitely can see the benefit of using AI in your editor to like do boilerplatey things and things that like you know how to do, and the AI also knows how to do because it's fairly simple. It's just like redundant, whatever, like those kind of things. So Codeberg banning AI is like, it makes sense given the times, because we live in a time when people are, you know, committing thousands upon hundreds of thousands of lines, you know, potentially at once of just AI slop that has not been reviewed by them and they do not understand what's going on. And so, you know, that causes big issues. And so having Codeberg be a place where that can't happen is quite handy. But at the same time, it stops people. But like then we're kind of just pushing the issue away from Codeberg. And I feel like it might hurt Codeberg in the long run, just because there are people who know how to use AI effectively, and that's what we should be steering ourselves towards, as opposed to just banning it. Because like if you just ban it, then you're not. Then it means that you have people who are stuck in the past. It means you have people who are not learning anything, and so like nothing really changes. Whereas if we instead make an effort to, I don't know, like filter out good AI code from the bad and good AI users from the bad, then we can get somewhere, you know, and actually make progress as a society type thing. I don't know what this is about. Is this like an editor? I mean, I'm gonna save that for later, to watch it later. And this video, watch later as well. I have done an AI course in university, but I still don't really understand how AI works. So I'd be interested to see how it does that. I know like it has like a whole like neural network and like fucking probability type shit, but it'd be cool to see how you can make it from scratch. It's something that I've been thinking of doing. I don't even like AI that much. Like the idea of making AI, I think it's pretty boring, but and also like more limited than. Well, like to me, it seems also really obviously limited. Like the limitations to me are obvious just because of how I understand how it's designed, or like how it's built. So maybe that'll change as I learn more, and I'm like, hold on, I didn't realize that. But like for now, I'm like, yeah, like the limitations seem pretty obvious to me. It's not going to become sentient through the current methods, nor is it going to scale well. I mean, it's already scaling horrifically. You know, with the US is going to get particularly bad because that's where all the AI tech companies are. So let me check out this video, 40 minutes long, so I probably won't watch all of it.
I've had the fortune and privilege of being able to talk to Thorsten today for quite some time. This is an excellent interview where he talks about all the difficult things of making and creating an editor. And the thing is that he loved Neovim, and now he's moved over to using Zed. And not only did he move over to using Zed, he works at Zed. He makes these features, and he just goes into such amazing details of things you will never think about when it comes to creating and maintaining an editor that is used by a lot of people. You gotta stick around and watch this one. It is out of this world, and Thorsten truly is a treasure. Thorsten, welcome.
Before I go any further, let's have a look at some other things, because that one is 40 minutes, and it sounds like it's going to be very, very deep and insightful. So League of Legends has Zed as well. Also, yes. Also, Zed is built in Rust. I don't know what Neovim's built in. My guess is C++, because Vim was probably written in C++ or C. It is C. Yeah, 26% Z. Also some Zig. It's interesting. I always wonder how people get by in C. Like C is fine, and like, yeah, it keeps things simple, right? Yeah. I guess I feel like C is just like a really good language for collaboration, because it's so limited that like it's hard to create abstraction messes. And I feel like when you are managing like the masses, you know, like a group of contributors, and by a group I mean like thousands of contributors from all over the globe who like you cannot see face to face and like whatnot, I feel like it's a lot easier to have them conform to like a style of like formatting your code. Like you must have your functions like this and like this, you know, like within C's limitations, have them format their code in ways that are really explicit and clear. So like it's a hassle to write, but it's still just like, it's easier to get people to do that than it is to have people, you know, everyone like really understand how to abstract well and like build abstractions that are good. Like that's more of a, what you would see from like a solo project. That kind of like abstraction with like C++ and Rust and whatnot. Yeah. I don't write industry software, but one day I will, and hopefully even before I graduate from university, I can get myself involved in these kind of projects. And I'm very curious to see what kind of architecture they go for. Like, do they lean towards more abstraction, or do they lean more towards simple and frustratingly not abstract, but like to the benefit of being easy for different people to like keep up with, let's say. I do wonder, like even in like big Rust or C++ code bases, I would assume they do not use the best practices, or like the best use of the features. I'm guessing they would limit things just to have things be consistent and have things be safe from bad developers, or like bad developer decisions. Like I know that, for example, I think NASA or something was like that. They use C++, or like Google even, they use C++, but they limit it in ways that you wouldn't even really expect. Like even if you hated C++, you'd be like, really? You don't do that? Or like you don't allow that? But then I'm guessing the reason for it is, again, like it just helps keep things consistent. I mean, well, I've seen the reasons for it, and they say it helps keep things consistent. So it's quite interesting. Because I would not use C unless I had to, because I just find it so hard to work in an environment where I cannot use my fucking brain to make things easier. Like it's kind of like, it's like the whole human experience is being able to abstract things away and make them easier to understand. You just don't have the tools for that in C, or at least like nowhere near as you do in other languages. So while I myself wouldn't write C, I do appreciate the benefits of doing it, and you know, it's probably why Linus has. Well, no, it's. I mean, it's not why Linus chose to use C for the Linux kernel. I think he just generally likes C, but it's why he forbids C++ in the Linux kernel. Not because there aren't good C++ programmers, but because there are so many bad C++ programmers, and that causes issues. Or even, you know, good C++ programmers who think they're good, but they kind of just overcomplicate things, you know, and create something that's more like Java shit code, industry code. So, very interesting. Zed only reached 1.0 3 months ago. So this is actually quite recent then. Because 2 years ago, it's like when like it really kicked off and like, you know, got everyone's attention. But this is now like legit, like it's now come far since then. So this is a good time to really check it out, obviously. But you know, if you switch to Zed from VSCode, I'm sure you'd love it. But for Vim, it's a harder sell. So let's have a look. Vim versus, or Neovim versus Zed. Right, this video I wanted to watch, that's right. I saw it, but I didn't click on it. This guy left Neovim for Zed. We have a user story. Have a look at that. Because like also like Zed is like specifically trying to appeal to Neovim users too, and like you can see it, and like they've undoubtedly put a lot of effort into it being good to switch from. So you would think it would be really good, but yeah, like you need a reason to switch. So let's watch this one first.
Zed Editor. And now this is kind of out of left field. I've done a video on Zed, I think like a year ago.
It's very out of
but
field,
I used it as like a VS Code replacement. As most videos about Zed are kind of like a replacement of VS Code. I've since kind of changed my mind. I feel like Zed is if Neovim and VS Code had a baby, and this is what it produced. That's kind of where it is now, and I want to show you my setup because it's different from anybody else's that I've seen online, and I use it a lot different. But I want to just run down real fast what it is. One, it's a very fast editor. It launches a lot faster than VS Code, but it has a lot of other cool things. It has the typical AI stuff, but there's a toggle just to turn all that crap off if you're not into it. But I use AI pretty extensively these days, especially when it comes to coding. Parallel agents, I don't use like you see online. There's these vibe coders that run like 16 agents at the same time. I don't really do anything like that.
If you use AI, you probably would switch to Zed anyway, because that's such a big part of your workflow anyway. So I kind of want to hear a testimony from someone who doesn't use AI in their editor, like who doesn't like subscribe to Cloud Code or whatever.
Have done it in Zed, but mostly for like scaffold.
You can set up AI workflows in Neovim, but like I just feel like I wouldn't expect it to be as good as Zed, because first of all, a lot of people who use Neovim probably don't like using AI, just like that kind of culture that comes with the open source movement and community. But also, Neovim plugins are made by random people, you know, or like coordinated efforts. Like Zed is a company, I think. So it has people who like can actually focus on making the best possible AI features.
Or something where I haven't touched the code yet and I just kind of want a base to work off of, or an idea to just kind of flesh out before actually, you know, smoothing over the code by actually looking at it with human eyes. The edit prediction is fantastic. You can use either their built-in one from Zed, or I use it a different way, which I'm about to show. Git support was different from VS Code. So the very first, I did it on a live stream.
What?
Built-in one from before actually, you know, smoothing over the code by actually looking at it with human eyes. The edit prediction.
He skipped the debugger. Built on the debugger, yeah, so DAP. Debugging. Yeah, I'll see how debugging goes when I start using it. I mean, maybe I'll find that, you know, I hate using the Neovim debugger, or like the debugger in Neovim, and maybe that would be what gets me to switch. But I don't know. Because, like, when I'm typing, I want to use my keyboard. But when I'm doing something that requires a lot of like clicking buttons, I understandably want to click buttons, you know? So with debugging very much feels to me like a clicking buttons kind of thing, where like you're just stepping through your code and like checking what the values are at different things. Like maybe you hover over values to see what they are. Like that's like very much point and click kind of activity. And that's where I would actually appreciate a GUI. So we'll see how that goes with Neovim. There's a non-zero chance I end up, like that could be what gets me to switch to a different IDE. Because like if anything's going to get me to switch, it's going to be something major like a debugger. But I don't know, people seem to have, others seem to use debuggers quite fine in Neovim, so we'll see. Then again, most of the people I know who use C++ use like Visual Studio or something, so Yeah.
Is fantastic. You can use either their built-in one from Zed, or I use it a different way, which I'm about to show. Git support was different from VS Code.
Git support's also handy, although when you get used to doing it in the terminal, then it's just like whatever. Like, right, like doing Git stuff is not a point-and-click task, but I do like VS Code's UI for it. But then when you have issues with it, the UI is just such a pain in the ass, and you want the commands.
So the very first, I did it on a live stream, first hour or two of me trying to figure out how the Git workflow was. It's just different from VS Code, and I've grown to really enjoy it, and it's actually gotten a lot faster for me than compared to the VS Code counterpart. Vim friendly. Now, this I was unsure about. Now, I've installed like the Vim plugin in VS Code, and it just never felt good. But in Zed, this is probably my biggest shock out of everything, is the Vim bindings are really awesome, and they have fantastic support for Vim mode, and they show you the great default bindings here. I'll leave a link to all this as well. And I did an entire article that I'm kind of working on, kind of smoothing out of all the little things that I do with it. But the big things I do differently is I do take in the VS Code base key map, but then I add Vim mode on top of it. I have my base default theme, which I kind of change around. I'm going to show you the themes in Zed as well, which is pretty extensive. And they also have extensive extension support, which I didn't add here. The right side panels, I essentially took all the panels from the left side, pushed them to the right, because I do a lot of streaming and I have very limited real estate. And whenever I stream with VS Code, it's kind of like jumbled together. Where Zed, it's just a nice clean layout. It's real easy to read what I'm doing. I can put everything on the right side, so it sits right between me.
That looks nice.
And the content, so I'm not like, my head's not sticking in the way of everything, which is nice. And then I did a bunch of custom bindings. And then there's also something I haven't seen anybody actually talk about in Zed called custom tasks. There's a task.json that you can do. Also, the settings and key maps and everything is in JSON format as well, which I absolutely love. So I've actually backed these up to my own Git repository, and I back this up between Windows, Mac, Linux. And I'm just really happy with all the different options I have here. So I've covered this in my Neovim video, but I used to have like an image clip plugin to add WebP files. So what I would do a lot of times, just to kind of show this task system that I have set up, which I haven't seen anybody do yet, but let's say I wanted to add like this screenshot to this article in Markdown file. Typically you would save the file, maybe upload it if you're using like WordPress or some crap.
Sorry, I tried using Flameshot, but it doesn't work, which is annoying.
Or you would copy it over into your images directory and then reference it in a Markdown. Like you see here, it would be like that type of Markdown. But let's say I want to add it right below my screenshot here. I can just do my plugin and then say, what is my file name here? Right now I have it as verbose because I was just debugging this. We'll just say files. And then it kind of spits out everything. I put Wayland and Xorg support in. So it kind of gives me that, and then I can just use my hotkey to get rid of it. You'll see it's added right below Zed's screen. And if we go over to here, there's my next screenshot right below this one. Perfect.
It'd be nice if you could do this in Neovim, like just copy pasting screenshots in. Pasting screenshots in would be pretty handy. Obviously, you need to specify where it goes, but just in general, like being able to to paste screenshots to things is really nice. For some reason, Waterfox is giving me aids where maybe it just happens to be the websites that I've been using recently for like doing things like verifying my identity for the government and stuff like that. But like pasting screenshots just doesn't work, and like that's a pain in the ass. But anyway, if I'm using like Obsidian, for instance, the Obsidian editor lets me just paste in screenshots easy peasy. So that's awesome. I haven't done much of that with Neovim anyway, so like that use case hasn't come up yet. But if it does come up, God knows I would definitely want something for that.
And I can just come here, go up, delete it, and you'll see this just disappear. So really, really nice. And in the back end, what's that doing? You can see, like, I'm gonna go ahead and delete this file, but it's just adding these WebP files directly in, already optimized for web. So they won't even like this highly high resolution file is only like 43 KB, where if it was like a PNG, it'd be like 4 megs. So that's one workflow I use for it as well. Now, as far as the coding, now I have a GitHub Copilot Pro membership for free because I have a big repository on GitHub. So I get a bunch of premium requests for free, and I'm going to use those. They have extensive agent support here, which let me pull up that. We'll pull up the agent support, and you can actually configure these agents. Let's go settings, and you have all these agents to choose from. Now, right now I'm using Copilot or GitHub Copilot, but you could do Gemini CLI, Cursor if you have a subscription to it, Claude Agent, all of these other ones, and it'll be kind of graphic editors I've used. And I can kill that, add this. I have everything hotkeyed, so I can go right to my edits, but I could also pull up different things. So like, let's say I want to add or open up my Neovim one. I can go Neovim, and I have directly here all my Neovim articles I've written in the past. So I can go Neovim Ultimate Editor. Oh, okay, what's going on here? And I can just kind of tab through, exit out, and pass. So I can go Neovim.
I wonder what he uses for his blog. I use Hugo. What's it called? I can't remember what it's called. Like, yeah, I can't remember.
An Ultimate Editor. Oh, okay, what's going on here?
I want to kind of redo my blog.
And I can just kind of tab through, exit out.
You make it the back end.
And search everything right as I would in Neovim, but using Zed. So all these custom key bindings are done in the key maps file, which you can set right here. If you want to use it just directly from text syntax, or you can just open it and do it through the GUI. So it's, when I say VS Code and Vim had a baby, or Neovim had a baby, that's what I kind of mean.
Yeah.
You can blend both seamlessly, and if there's an extension you're using all the time in Neovim, you can pull it in and make your own in Zed, and it's relatively easy. Now, earlier I talked about the threads flow. The cool thing here is when I'm editing or doing things, I might be working here, and then all of a sudden, oh, you know what, this is gonna take a while to finish out this response with this agent, and I want to go ahead and switch projects. Well, using this flow, not only can you do parallel processes, which they highly tout, but what I actually end up using it for is I have a whole bunch of open source projects. I'm like, hey, I need to come back to here, and it'll pull up that Git repository where I made this request. Or let's say I go here to say, hey, I need to expand this. This is Zed Tridactyl, and what was I doing last? This is when I was figuring out my cut and paste directly in Zed. So it takes me exactly to the Git repository where I ran that agent mode. And if I run in one right now, let's say make a task that launches Neovim. Let's say I want to get just a CLI editor and pull it up. Since this is a list, you don't need to put periods. I like it. So that actually made all the changes over here. You can see it. And it's ready to go. So let's say you're now ready to push this live. What's the Git repository look like? Now, you can come over into your page. I'll use a hotkey. You can see the track changes over here. Now, you could just use your keyboard and mouse and commit and push as you normally would, but a lot of times I don't necessarily want to do this unless it's like a Git diff where I want to see exactly what changed. Like, what did I change here? Well, this is a whole new file, so quite a bit changed, and this is just a new image, so it's really not going to tell me much. So let's just go ahead and close this, and instead, I'm going to close this out, which you can do Control or space WQ. And instead, I'll go through the CLI because I'm used to just doing most of my commits here. You can do a git status here.
So there is a built-in terminal, which is always good. Should I have a terminal in VS Code as well? In Neovim, sorry. Like as long as I can toggle it open and closed, just so I can like see the output of things when I run them. Otherwise, I need to have 2 different windows open, and or switch between Neovim and like quit and whatever. But obviously, I don't want to quit. That's something to figure out. Benefit of Emacs again, right? But yeah, I don't know. I'm just trying to think like what I would want from that workflow. Probably just open it aside and then, but like my issue with like anything like that is I always would prefer dual monitor if I can. Is very much what's wrong? What's wrong? Okay. I have no idea what's wrong with her. Vas, you're not meant to be up here, are you? Yeah, that's my train of thought.
I have my own commit where it'll do a git add, a git comment, and a git push all in one. So I call it lazy G, and this would publish it. But before I publish it, actually,
Don't know why she's meowing. They're fed. I don't know.
let's go up a little bit and let's actually change this to a draft so it doesn't necessarily go there because it does get pushed directly to my website.
And this
looks like
this is a cool macro feature, macro idea. A true and false switcher that just switches a flag.
Have some, so let's go ahead and pull those changes, merge the branch. Now we can do a git push, and it resolved all those conflicts right there. Close out. I'm done. So cool on that side of things. So I was messing with it, and there's lazy git and other things I actually mess with on the live stream. But in the end, this is kind of a little workflow I settled on. Now you might be working on different branches, so you could actually go back through these branches. Like this is an old branch I have. Probably need to delete that branch. You can see your stashes right here, and that's it. This is your work trees.
How about themes? Because this theme looks
like
horrific.
Sometimes I'll go Groovebox dark, or even a dark soft. No. I like, or even maybe dark. A JetBrains dark if I'm going a little bit darker than usual. But typically I try and go a little bit softer. If I want more contrast, Groovebox is my favorite. If you want to go real like retro.
It's not even that warm, like that hot. I don't know why it's so slow. How dark is my thing? Where even am I right now? It's fairly dark. I mean, my wallpaper is quite colorful, so that's gonna make things lighter. I don't know. Themes, shmemes.
Hacker vibes. I went ahead and put like some cyberpunk
just not that.
Or Blade Runner stuff in here, which is I thought. But you have like a whole bunch of community stuff in here. And man, it's so much better than a lot of the alternatives where you're constantly like, oh, how do I change this? Or, oh, it's too much of a pain to change my theme. I'm not going to do it. You can literally bind this to a hotkey if you.
Okay. I mean, by far, a really good thing about Zed as well is everything's out of the box, right? Like, again, I spent the last 2 or 3 days configuring Neovim to my liking. Not even to my liking, just to get the feature set up. like the LSP and everything, debugger and whatnot. And like even then, like it's not fully set up. Like debugger isn't fully set up. I just left it until later because it'd be such a big undertaking. So like, I can see why you would also do that. But if you're on top of your config, then I would imagine it's less important.
So my name's Nico, and I work on the AI SDK at Vercel, and I find myself working on pretty much whatever needs to be done to help folks get as much out of the AI SDK as they possibly can. So I had been bouncing between, I think, VS Code and Neovim for a little bit, and then I came across Zed, and I was very attracted by the Vim motions and that it was very fast. I liked the more minimal design of it as well. First thing, you can see like I've stripped back a lot of the icons are gone. So
Really?
this is one of my favorite things, being able to like open a project very quickly. So I have every single project I've ever really worked on available with Command Option O. I will have...
Yeah, very cool. That's why I did this. Yeah, it looks like shit, but I set up the Rofi thing, right? So I can, oh, look, what are my projects? Oh, I'm going to go and open my terminal RPG in Rust. Oh, look at that. And I'm in Neovim. I can go ahead and open my thing on the side, look at my files, or otherwise I can just go ahead and do a search for my file that I want to go into. Let's go to main instead. And here we go. Here's my thing. Okay, I don't know why TreeSitter is like tweaking out right now. It's not highlighting at all. Oh, sorry, I have no LSP set up for Rust, I guess. What? But I have Rust Analyzer. Okay, well, hilarious. I don't know why this isn't highlighting anything. That's weird. That's really weird, actually. Whatever. But you know, I can fix it, which is a nice thing. Or at least I hope I can.
Any docs file that I need here. So this is in my Zed config, and I've got just this JSON file here that has my Vercel, both light mode and dark mode. So this is the light mode.
Okay.
Having the ability to have everything on brand is obviously very, very nice. I think I have this as space TCL, and that will move to the centered layout, but I will go back to on brand on the Vercel one. Probably my most used command is leader E for getting open my Explorer project panel. When I'm editing docs, and I'm doing this every single day, a lot of the time I'll open the preview.
Mine's on the left. I wonder if that's if it should be on the right. If I had it open all the time, I'd put it on the right. But I also want to have my terminal on the right. But maybe my terminal should be at the bottom half instead. Yeah, but like because I only open it briefly, like I don't keep it open, it's probably fine to be on the left.
And have this open where if I ever need it. And I've got my split screen. One of my favorite things of Zed beyond anything is the ability to maximize panels. So I think I have it with Shift Escape. And so I'll usually have a lot open between terminals, the Git panel, whatever it might be. And I'm working on my laptop a lot as well. Not the biggest screen, and just being able to focus on stuff is really, really cool.
That is really cool, actually. Being able to focus on a window without closing all the other windows. That is very cool indeed. But realistically, should not be something you need to do anyway. Like if I have one screen for editing something, I don't like if I want to focus on it, I would close the other pop-ups. Like that's why I don't have my file thing open all the time, for instance, because I don't want to have it like just take up my screen. Like I want to open when I use it, like how I want other things open when I use them. Otherwise, I don't want them open. I'll just hide them. And they're still there, but they're just hidden. Like the buffer's still there, so like nothing gets reloaded.
I have Command B for the Git panel, which I love, and I'll go into in a little bit. But one of the things that I like that I set up is that
I do want to set up Git properly, but like I'm fine using commands, but if there's some like really good Git CLI, or not CLI, some really good Git UI that could be good. Like I've used VS Code as one, but it's not really like it's okay. But like I do like
that I can do Control and then any of the motion keys to move between panels. So I can go between, right now this is Control L. Control L again will take me to the panel. Control.
I could do that actually. Yeah, I could do that because right now I like Control W right arrow, Control W H. Like that's how you can switch. Press the wrong key. Sorry. Control W to do that. But right now my Control H, J, K, L, they're not bound to anything, so I could actually use them instead to just switch between windows. I might set that up after this video.
Control H. And then if I had the Git panel as well, I can go between all 4 of these without having to use my mouse. So this was something that was a big unlock for me, being able to go through all of that. I have Control Shift G mapped to the Git panel. I have a lot of keybinds for working with Git. So leader HP for previewing a hunk so I can see the changes here.
Cool.
I can also throw it away by highlighting and running leader HR, and that will revert any of the changes.
Cool.
And then I have my whole key map accessible with leader KM for key map. I discovered Zed tasks, which is just like a nice, very easy way to automate parts of Zed, of using Zed. And I wrote a task to run the current environment. And so what this will do is it will spin up a new terminal, change into the AI core directory, and then run that command exactly as before. The very last thing that I would probably go on, which is how I use Zed the most, is the agent panel. And I go between using usually Cloud Code and Codex CLI, and I love having the ability to have like a single unified interface to do it. So I never have to spin up a new terminal. It always looks exactly the same. I'm using the same commands as I would.
Yeah, that's really cool. Like if I got really into using agentic workflows, then maybe that would appeal to me. But like, the cool thing is you can do a lot of this in Neovim. It's just a matter of whether you can be arsed to set it up. There's this part though, yeah. Vim is not slow. Vim is not slow. So before I go any further, I want to switch up some keybinds. I guess the easiest way to do it would just be, so first of all, Control O, the new thing I set up today, open my Neovim, search for binds, and yeah, so let's have vim.keymap.set. Okay, so again with like multi-cursors, like here, I want to make 4 different things, right? To move left, up, right, and down. Here you could see, well, it'd be really convenient if I could just multi-cursor vim.keymap.set, right? And write it all out. But do I need to do that? Like I feel a lot more comfortable just typing v.keymap.set, right? Doing what I need to do. Okay, that's annoying. I need to fix that. Normal mode. Maybe move it to other modes too. This would be control. For a control thing, it should be in normal mode, visual mode, and probably editor mode too. Yeah, I'll say that in a second. So anyway, so I want to have Control H. Control H, yeah, Control H, map to Control W for window, H. So that'll go to the left. Yeah. And like now, if I want to, like, I don't need multi-cursors to just do this, you know? Like it's pretty straightforward. Like here, at least like I can first tweak this out to my liking before I continue. In fact, I can just test this one line first. So let's quit here. Open Neovim again. Open this. So Control W, L, Control W, H, right? What about Control H? Doesn't work. Sorry. So it did save, right? Yeah, it did save. So let me see how I can fix this. I guess a better question is, what's the command? Like window or split? No, split's different. Win or like left. What if I blows off? Okay, whatever. Ask Claude, how do I set up a keybind in Neovim to have control plus H, switch to the left window, to the next left window, like control plus W followed by H does. That's what I did. If it doesn't work, check map control H. Or try to check whether it sends the right sequences. Map control H. Harpoon. Oh yeah, shit, that's my hooking thing, isn't it? I use it for harpoon. Okay, that's not ideal. I could have control shift H. Control shift H to switch windows. What if I want it to be control shift H then? Really? Terminals actually don't support control shift. Okay, now that's an issue. But the terminal could support it. Map control shift H. Okay, but it can be supported, so let's try. The thing is, it's terminal dependent, so I don't know if I want to become dependent on it. So that should work by default. Is there an argument for not using it because other terminals may not support it? I use Kitty. Or should I not worry about that? Yeah. What about using alt? Because I never use alt in Neovim, but it's quite a big thing for Emacs. Like alt M does nothing, alt J does it even do anything? Like it's a whole other key, so it'd be pretty good to make use of it. Right. So for macOS, alt can be used for special characters. Ideally, though, you'd use alt-ger for that. Let's see. AH. So that's was a map, right? Yeah, map. So map AH is that in use? Never having found. So let me try that. So Control WL, WL, right? But if I do Alt H, it switches. I like that. So then now I'll copy it. Actually, before I copy it, also, how do I get it to work in other modes? Would I want to be able to do it in like insert mode, in visual mode? Also, might I want this to work for other modes too? Terminal. Right, yeah, that was an issue with terminal mode in that you just generally cannot use the same keybinds. Just do N and T. Okay, I will do T until I start using terminals, but for now, let's just go with this. So replace H with J. Yeah, H, J, K, L. So I can do boom, boom. Whoops, wrong fucking key. Boom. Super fast window switching. Whoa. Yeah, pretty cool. Good. Wow, that's fast. GD for git diff. I almost wonder if I should have my mappings for like git just be like G buttons, but I can't because G's used for like commenting and stuff. In fact, G's used for a lot of things. But it'd be cool if like G was just exclusively for git. Like GC to git commit, but realistically, don't need to do that. Give me a command. So add keybinds for quick window switching, HJKL. Cool.
In the same key maps with Zed, I got all the parts of.
So this is the Zed channel. It has really not many subscribers. Not that I would expect a like a editor channel to, but 300,000 views. Is that the most popular video? Yeah. So this is, I don't know why I didn't start with this. This is the official Zed website where it gives a comparison of Zed versus Neovim. So let's have a look. Neovim modernized Vim for the async era. What does that mean? Zed adds native speed, built-in collaboration, and AI that works without configuration. Choose Zed if you want Vim-style editing with collaboration and AI that just work. No plugin assembly required. You want terminal native modal editing with full LUIS accessibility and run Neovim over SSH. Right. I mean, I don't run Neovim over SSH, but I also don't have collaboration AI. I mean, Git is good, but like no plugin assembly required is like the big thing there. Performance, native Rust with GPU acceleration, instant startup, designed from scratch for modern hardware. Neovim is fast, async architecture built on Vim Salvation. Okay, so it is async. LUIS scripting enables modern plugin development. Why is that thrown in there? But built on Vim Salvation, yeah, but like, is it native or not? I don't know. Modal editing, native Vim, yeah, mode, yeah. Accessibility plugins, growing plugin system. So there are plugins for thingy. LSP, tree sitter, and AI built in. Less configuration required. Much less. Built-in SP client tree sitter since version 0.5. The plugin ecosystem extends these with additional parsers, service, and tooling. Native AI assistance, real-time multiplayer collaboration. All via AI via plugins, no built-in collaboration. LSP and tree sitter are native. AI assistance requires adding a plugin. Wait, you mean multiplayer collaboration like Google Docs type thing? Is that good? It's very interesting. Configuration setup, sensible defaults, JSON config, productive immediately without excessive setup. Lua-based config is powerful, requires investment. Yeah. Terminal and remote. GUI first with terminal integration. Oh, LazyVim is a distribution. I didn't know that. GUI first with terminal integration. Remote development support improving. Right, so there will be support for remote development, like over SSH. Terminal native, perfect for SSH remote work, runs inner with a terminal. Yeah. I wonder if there are any like caveats or like any like buts there, or like asterisks. Like does my Neovim config as it is right now seriously work anywhere with the terminal, or are there some features that just don't work? Strengths and weaknesses. Zed, instant productivity, works immediately with sensible defaults. No configuration required to be productive. Yeah, integrated modern features. I mean, if someone asked me which editor should I use, I guess I'd just show them Zed, right? And that way they can also learn to use Vim keybinds, which are really good. AI collaboration and language intelligence are built in, not assembled from plugins. Native Vim mode lets Neovim users keep their muscle memory while gaining Zed's built-in capabilities. Obviously, you don't have to use it, but you should. Modern Vim evolution, async architecture, Lua scripting, and better defaults while maintaining full Vim compatibility. Powerful plugin ecosystem, terminal native workflow. Yeah. Weaknesses: less terminal integration. GUI first design means it's not as a drop-in replacement for terminal-based workflows, which is fine. I don't use Neovim because of the terminal. I just use the terminal because the terminal is fast. Vim emulation gaps, while good. Zed's Vim mode may lack some advanced Neovim features or plugin compatibility. Yeah, but I mean, depends how many plugins you need, really. Configuration investment, while easier than Vim, achieving an optimal setup still requires using Lua and plugin management. Yeah, but like once you've learned it, do you need Zed? Fragmented ecosystem. Yeah. Multiple plugin managers, distributions, and approaches can overwhelm newcomers trying to choose. So it seems to be playing into the Neovim is powerful, but a hassle to set up yourself, whereas Zed is just out of the box. And that's what they should be hitting. Because realistically, I feel like Neovim works fine. Like unless something happens in the future where like you need a GUI because the terminal just can't do it, and like it's a really important feature, then you're not going to get Vim users through any other means really than just, it's easier, bro, just use it if you want to save effort. So Neovim represents that what Vim could become with modern engineering: async processing, Lua scripting, and built-in LSP and Trinity support that Lua plugins can further extend. Yeah. Zed offers a different path to its destination. Notice it says path. So again, implying if you've already taken the path, then you don't need to switch. Instead of configuring your way to a modern editor, Zed provides one out of the box. Its Vim mode lets you keep the model editing. Yeah. The choice often reflects workflow preferences, Neovim accessible developers live in the terminal or enjoy crafting their perfect editing environment through configuration. Zed appeals to those who want Vim style editing with modern features that just work. Yeah. Especially if you need built-in collaboration. Built-in collaboration is very interesting. And I wonder if it's exclusive to Zed itself. I guess it would be in the same sense that you can't like... Well, not necessarily. Like, yeah, like how does it work? Is it through Zed or is it through Git or some other service? Because like it's not like Google Docs and Word, right? Where like you have two different servers. Or maybe it is. I don't know. Download Zed and try its Vim mode alongside your Neovim setup. Many developers use both. Neovim for terminal sessions, Zed for local development. Yeah, people do use both. But you're going to suffer using Neovim if you aren't committed to it. Because then you just don't have as many good features. Switching. Yeah, so whatever. I do appreciate how there are buttons here, like D for download. But unfortunately, yeah, I don't make a bookmark. Unfortunately, the browser itself, like I want a browser that has Vim keybinds built in. That'd be awesome. Hold on, is there a Vim keybinds browser? Let me look for that. Those are these Reddit posts. This is in the Neovim subreddit. I've been playing around with Zed for a week and it's amazing. Its Vim mode is like having an entire Vim experience out of the box within Zed, as it is the best Vim integration I've seen in any editor. I believe it. My experience was that I was always getting back to the terminal and starting having fatigue of the switching. So I stuck with my CLI tools and everything is in one place. But yeah, I mean, it's just on your workflow, right? Like, I know there's some people as well who like use a terminal for almost everything. It's a big reason why Emacs users love Emacs so much, because they can do everything in the terminal, even to like web browsing. Obviously it's limited, but like it still works. I wouldn't do that. So, but like if you're someone like that, I can also see why you would obviously want to switch with stick with Vim. It's okay and not a bad alternative if you work for a company that unless you use their approved software and you get the choice between Zed and VSCode. Yeah, I would 100% use Zed. Maybe I can, I mean, Zed only released 3 months ago. I wonder if next year we can argue for using Zed in university, because the university computers, you're not allowed to use Vim for your exams. You have to use VS Code or Notepad++, I think. It'd be really good if the university greenlit Zed, because that has built-in Vim integration. Whereas for like VS Code, I used it for my Java exam. It sucked. Like the Vim integration really sucks. And I tried using it more after that. I just don't like it. Very limited. Plus, it's an extension. So when you start the exam, you kind of have to like reinstall the extension. And that's always risky, because like, what if it gets flagged and like it turns out you weren't supposed to do that and you get in trouble, even though it's a perfectly reasonable thing to do. I didn't get in trouble, but I did, because like I did ask the lecturer first, but like I was worried, like, well, what if that message didn't go through to the superiors or whatever. Secret Neovim installation. Yeah. Better out of the box experience. I mean, it absolutely is. Like, it's not even a question. You lose tmux, but you don't need tmux if you have alternatives to the same kind of idea. Obviously better than VS Code. Fuzzy finding is worse. Really? Why would it be worse? Helix. Helix is interesting. Helix has its own keybinds, right? But it hasn't seemed to really have taken off, so I would consider using it with VS Code if I had to use Windows. Yeah. Terminal and Windows, not a good time. If I was forced on Windows, I'd probably use Zed, because Windows Terminal is just not good. But like so much about a Windows workflow is worse anyway. So like you probably wouldn't even feel the pain of switching to Zed. Like that difference would probably be like negligible compared to the pains of using Windows. From Neovim to Zed, well, I liked it what I missed so far. Okay, this is on the Neovim subreddit, the Zed subreddit, sorry. Here's what was this? 2 years ago. Okay, we'll see if anything's changed since then. Here's what I like about Zed. As fast as Neovim, not as fast as a stripped down version of Neovim with all the LSP stuff, but as fast as a fully featured Neovim, as you would expect. Well, the GUI. I do wonder how slow GUI has to be, by the way. Like browsers can be pretty slow, but like that's more because they're rendering web pages, right? Like if you just create a GUI application, how much slower does it have to be than a terminal? Because like a terminal is still, like it's still GUI, you know? Like it's like a terminal, like what we call a terminal, like in modern systems, is technically a terminal emulator. It just doesn't render like anything but the terminal. So it's very lightweight, but like it's still a GUI technically. Easy to configure, obviously. Well-made documentation is good to know. Easy to maintain, of course. Good Vim mode, good. Vimmer, multi-buffer, multi-cursor. Yeah, don't think about that. Yeah, no. Integration would be really good, yeah. They may have flashed Neovim or another similar easy jump motion option. Surely that's been integrated by now, right? Because like that's huge. Telescope UI with a fuzzy finder. Not as good as a UI. Okay, but that could be improved upon. And hopefully the fuzzy finder is actually strong. But yeah, telescopes also incredibly important. Good Vue.js support. I don't know what that is. I don't use JavaScript. Yeah, it's gonna be a JavaScript thing. The UI, I really hate having a bloated UI with a lot of space, with my icons and buttons I will never click on because I just keep my shortcuts anyway. But it seems like based on what that video we saw with that one developer is, you can hide a lot of stuff now. So that's good. But yeah, still nowhere near as bloated as the other options. My terminal workflow with tmux, right. Let's have a look here. This seems alright. It's too light for me though. I prefer something darker. Like look at how light this looks compared to my my Waterfox browser theme. Like my thing is like black, like dark gray, whereas this is like a light gray. I really like this Waterfox theme. It's really good. Right, let me search for Vim. So yeah, so definitely it's good that I know about Vim now, about Zed, because if I had switched to a different device, I would have just used VSCode as my only viable option. But now that I know that Zed exists, I am 100% using Zed in every single instance where I cannot use Neovim. So I'm very happy about that. Okay. I will not be installing Zed on this computer. I don't see a point, but I would definitely keep it in mind for the future. Let me just star some of these, by the way. I've been meaning to like go through all my plugins that I have installed and star them, but I don't. Yeah, I don't know. It's a bit of a hassle, wouldn't it? Neovim plugins. Plugins I use in my Neovim setup, at least for now. If I disable any, then I can change it to description. Probably won't watch this video, to be fair. So, first things first, I want to do something. Is this a new update? No, sorry, downloads. Let me see my settings, because I want to change my font for Waterfox. So default no serif, because like at first I was like, I don't want to use a code font for my thing, but like honestly now, I see other people use it and it looks pretty good. But would I disable ligatures? Probably not. Your browser is being managed by your organization? What? Which organization? I have no idea. I'm just going to pretend I didn't see that. Advanced settings. That's for serif though. For monospace, 100% JetBrains mono. For sans serif, what's the nerd font mono versus proper? I don't understand that. I've asked before, but what's the difference between JetBrains mono, nerd font, jet brains mono nerd font mono and propo. Oh, for nerd fonts, that's right. Yeah, no, just use whatever. So it's not applying the changes. Do I need to like refresh my browser or something? Do I need to refresh my Waterfox browser to see font changes take effect? I changed it, but nothing has actually changed, and I get no prompt to restart. I still don't want to restart, but like if I do Control N, new window, looks the same. No. About preferences. General fonts. There's no general tab. Appearance. Why is there a font there? Why is font under accessibility? And not just like general appearance. Okay, so I have to close it. Then like everything has to. I'll do it later. Will the font show for the browser UI though? Or can I even override that? I'm pretty sure there's some instances where you just can't. Right. You need user chrome.css. Create a Chrome folder if it doesn't exist and assign it a user Chrome CSS file. The fuck? Yeah, there's probably a better way to do that. Is there though? Is there a better way to do this that doesn't rely on a legacy feature? On a legacy Chrome feature? Of all things? No. Okay, well, let's do it. So let me change these fonts back, unless, like, if I search for something random. That's hilarious. That's a song. Well, it's using the font for some things, but it's inconsistent. Like, it's using it here for some reason, but nowhere else. For some reason. Okay, like let's say I go on YouTube. Lest it load. No. Well, yeah, they'll go over it anyway. So yeah, fuck it. I'll just change that back to the way it was. I really need like an easy default reset to default button. I will use this for monos, but what will I? Nah. Okay. So I'm going to love how this is so Zed related, by the way. So I'm going to go to about, support, Profile folder. Oh, actually, I've heard of this before. Yeah. Profile folder. Okay, it's directory on Linux, I guess. Open. I misclicked. I might be a bot. Okay, is it my terminal? Fuck. There's no Chrome folder, right? Yeah, there isn't. Create a Chrome folder that doesn't exist and assign a user chrome.css file. So cd mid directory Chrome, and I'm making a file called what? User chrome.css. Well, shit, okay, I'll do it later. Star. Well, I think it doesn't even know that it's CSS file, but okay. Not yet. Font family. JetBrains mono nerd font. Important. So it overrides everything. Chrome. User Chrome. .css. Okay. In about config, set toolkit.legacy.user profile toolkit.legacy legay is here. It's locked. It's true by default though. That's fine. I wonder if that's like a Waterfox thing. Restart Waterfox. Scheiße. Okay, well it's there. The bomb has been planted. So I will see if that works. Let me check if no typos. User chrome.css. Font family JetBrains mono nerd font. Important. Okay. And it's in the Chrome folder. Okay. Right. So we'll see if that works when I refresh this later. We'll see. Anyway, so two things I want to look for. Ghosty versus Kitty, and also Vim keybinds browser. I'm not sure where that went. I must have closed the tab by accident. But before I do that, let's watch this thing.
Hello, thanks for having me, man.
Yeah, so I've been pretty excited about actually having you on because you've recently left SourceGraph and not too long ago and have joined a new company, Zed, the text editor.
You got SourceGraph here.
Correct.
He left, in December last year, and then I joined Zed in January. So I think I just crossed the 6-month mark, if my math, somebody correct me, but yeah, 6 months at Zed.
That's very cool. So in SourceGraph, you were doing things related to language features, right? And so this was a fairly natural transition to go from SourceGraph to Zed, or was this a kind of like a more unnatural one for you?
I would say natural in the sense that looking back over the past few years, I've worked in with developer tools, and this came up in a conversation with a friend last week. I actually started building developer tools like 10 years ago, and then, internal tools at the company. And then I joined SourceGraph 5 years ago, building, CLI stuff, working on SourceGraph itself. I did work on some language stuff at SourceGraph, but only for a year or so. And the rest was more in the back end, managing, how we store code and how we search code. I built batch changes at SourceGraph, which allows you to do large-scale changes across hundreds or thousands of repositories. And then the step to Zed, or switching to Zed, is more like going even further down the stack, even closer to the developer, right? Like it's a text editor, so it's a developer tool as close as it can be to the developer. True. So that is the natural part of it, in that I do like dev tools. I do like working with and building stuff for developers, but I basically worked all my life as an engineer, I worked with
German.
some kind of web technology. There was always a SQL database involved. There was always a request being sent from somewhere to somewhere. There was always an API, a GraphQL API, REST API, whatever, but something like this. And now going to Zed, we do have a backend, we do have APIs. There is a SQL database, but I mostly work on the text editor itself. So this is more System Z programming, native GUI app development, right? Which is new for me. Like I worked on Ghosty, or hacked on Ghosty last year a little bit, the terminal emulator, and I kind of found a taste for it. But that stuff is still new. I never worked with the main render loop, for example, before last year, and now this is I spent the last few days looking into our render loop on the Linux port of Zed. So tools, I find that as an engineer, you can move the needle. It's not just. It does not matter whether the server is 500 milliseconds faster or slower because we don't have the marketing budget. But with developer tools, I think it counts. And yeah,
that actually makes a lot of sense. And then the nice part is that, marketing is kind of an interesting thing for developer tools because it is very, very important to have people talk about it, right? Like that's going to be your main way that you get people is just having.
If the diff is not red and green, I cannot parse it. Then it's.
Well, it matches my color scheme. I have it so it's.
I know. That's what I don't want. I'm just saying. I'm like everybody. I'm peculiar with my preferences.
I know. If this is not the most obvious sign that every last person uses it a specific way and is complete.
It's an interesting market. Yeah.
VI preppers. Yep, the VI preppers are real. They're ready. They're around the corner, and they know at one point they're going to be on an.
But then you go in Vimland and you suddenly have like the sysadmins and they say, or not even sysadmins, the people who say someday they will have to sit down and defuse a bomb by using a stock Vim configuration or stock computer so they won't ever customize the Vim setup in order to save the world, right? So that's on the other end of the spectrum. And there's so much going on. There's so many preferences and so many different configurations. It's hard. It's hard to I don't know. It's an interesting market. Yeah.
VI preppers. Yep. The VI
voices very well what I was.
Our buffers and the way they work. So we can't just rip this out and put Neovim in.
Okay. Anyway, so a bit of a detour now, as if I haven't just already done a massive detour, but. Yeah, what's this? The most high performance GPU, because Ghosty is what recommended for Emacs users. I don't even see Kitty as an option for Emacs users, so I don't know why Kitty has taken the Arch Linux world by storm, in which literally everyone uses it. Ghosty is a polished native user experience, while Kitty provides deep scriptability and advanced built-in session tools. I mean, it's one of those things where it's like it's probably such like a minor thing anyway. Because like how often do you complain about, I wish my terminal was more fast or something? Like probably not. I mean, well, if you're on Windows, it's different. But like if you're like using Kitty, I don't know. I haven't noticed anything. GSL shaders. It's the same picture. For macOS. I love feet. Colors. Foot for the win. How slow is Kitty? Like, how much faster can it launch? Like, there's definitely a delay. But like, Yeah, I guess it's more noticeable there, like if I spam, right? Oh, that's so annoying. But like, am I likely to... Can it be faster? Like, can it literally be faster? If it can be, then cool. Like, what am I... Like if I could open things as fast as I can close them right there, that'd be cool, right? Just be like feel a bit snappier. Is Ghosty faster? It's probably just not even worth looking into until like, I don't know. I one day see someone use some other terminal and I'm like, whoa, that's so fast. They're like, yeah, haven't you heard of this terminal before? And I'll say, no, I haven't. You know, teach me the ways. Until then, I'll just, it's not causing me any issues. You can add Vim keybinds to popular web browsers using extensions like Vimium, surfing keys, or dedicated keyboard-driven browsers like Qt browser. Well, that's what I'm looking for. A browser. I've looked at this before. Is it a text browser though? Minimal GUI, Python and Qt, GPL. Right. So, yeah, the thing is like, the issue with having a Vim keybinds in a browser is that most, how do I say this? Most browsers most websites are designed for that, believe it or not. So it means like you get shit like this, where like to click on a button, you have like 1,000 different options. I mean, obviously it's fine, probably. I imagine, because like this wouldn't show 24/7. It would only show when you want to click on something. But yeah, can I see more previews? Arch Linux. I could just try it. The thing is though, also like I do like the Waterfox feature set. Like I do like having these extensions like AdBlocker, VPN, eyedropper, and other things like SteamDB, which YouTube dislikes. Like those are good features to have. So like to switch to a browser that isn't Firefox or Chrome, it would already need to have a pretty good ecosystem. I don't know if any browsers have that. So maybe keybinds as a way to go. That's Chrome Web Store. Let's check Reddit. Yeah, so the majority of people don't, but not the vast majority. They use Qt browser on their laptop and have so for years. I use Firefox no extensions on my tablet and phone. Should I try out Qt? Qt, whatever. Surfing keys. Okay, check out surfing keys on Firefox. Why does it show me the Chrome Web Store? Is it because I'm using Google? 4.9 stars. What are some ways I can make my browser experience more Vim-like? Or even just rely less on the mouse. Because like, you know, like there'll be things like reading articles where I want to scroll my mouse and, you know, just like sit back like this with my mouse, like kind of read stuff, you know, or like watch YouTube videos, whatever. But if I'm like switching quickly between like GitHub and like documentation stuff while also programming and like I'm already on the keyboard, you know, like if I'm in a project, you know, and I'm like, I'm coding stuff and like I'm switching my browser and like I'm going into documentation, like notice how I had to like reach out for my mouse just to do this. and then like actually like go ahead and use my mouse to do things, and then go back to my computer, switch back to here, and then get back to my workflow here, back to my browser, use my mouse. Like it'd be nice if I could just not leave the keyboard in those instances. So let's have a look. Vimium for Chrome or Vimium FF for Firefox. Link hints, scrolling, J and K, nice. History navigation, H&L. Oh, that's cool. To go back and forth, yeah. Tab management, search, the most popular choice. Tridactyl, much deeper Vim emulation, supports these commands. Macros. Macros? What would you use macros for, I wonder? Config files. Honestly, I also want to know, like, can I have my text input overridden so I always use Vim? A whole browser built on Vim key bindings rather than an extension. Free hackable config in Python. Okay. Combined with the Vim-like window manager setup, you're already on Hyperland. Yeah. Start with Vimium if you want minimal setup, or Tridactyl if you want it heavily configurable like a VimRC. Well, I'm using Firefox, so I naturally want, I'm using Waterfox, so I naturally want the best, Well, I'm using Waterfox, but would not be opposed to trying Qt's browser or another browser if they also supported the extensions I use. Proton VPN, AdBlock, what's it called again? uBlock Origin, uBlock, and Color Picker. Yeah. I also like vertical tabs, but I don't need vertical tabs if I have like telescope style tab switching or something. Isn't it funny how vertical tabs are such like a common thing as well in code editors? Like usually like you view a file tree, right? And that's vertical. So it's weird that people still use horizontal tabs for other things. Okay. Okay. So I should use Tridactyl. Fuck. Tridactyl Firefox. Okay. Also 4.9 stars and more reviews. Holy moly, look at the reviews. Only like a total of 10 ones are 3 stars or less. The rest are 4 stars or higher, and the vast majority are in 5 stars. I do trust Firefox ratings more than I do Chrome ones, because I feel like Chrome is used by a lot more noise. You tab, hit T. F for link. Wow. Fuck it, let's get it. Yeah, does Loki need a lot of permissions? So if everything is hacked, it's over. Access your data for all websites. Exchange messages with programs other than Waterfox. Bookmarks, history cookies. Clipboard, download files. Modify download history. Read text of all open tabs. Yeah, please don't steal all my data. Okay. Something of a learning cliff. That's funny. What's the usual term? A learning curve. That's right. If you haven't used an add-on like it before, such as Pentadactyl or Vimperator, we strongly recommend you spend the 10 to 15 minutes it will take you to read through the tutorial. Okay. Help is always at hand. Okay, so I can do :help or not. It is active, right? Yes, active. Oh, now it's working. Okay, help. Cool. It's a bit slow, but I wouldn't expect it to be as snappy as the other thing anyway. Can I change the font though? I'm guessing this one is actually something I can change. Because I'm guessing that font just uses my built-in font, right? If I change it on thingy, hold on. Font family, Tridactyl font family. Sans serif. Yeah, it's just sans serif. So if I were to change it on my browser. Okay. Like if I change my font here from monospace, change it to JetBrains mono, nerd font. Yeah, now it's JetBrains mono. I think. Yeah, it is. Much nicer. And then if I change my other one, it'll also be different. I don't mind this font though. I'm not a fan of using monospace fonts for things that aren't monospace, to be honest. Which is why I just changed my entire browser to use it. But maybe my opinion will change when I get used to it. I don't know. Okay. Basics. Navigate the web more efficiently with just a keyboard. Yeah, so J and K do work. Now, just take a second to activate. Firefox into Mozilla browser, meaning it has several different modes of operation, like Vim. Each tab can only ever be in one mode at a time, and each of these modes could have a widely different operation, like a transformer. So there's normal mode for navigating single pages and starting other modes. So T is new tab, right? No, that's tab open. That's cool. Are these bookmarks are just like, I guess they're right. So tab open, kojo.me, let's say. Cool. I like that. N. Okay, N is nothing yet. How about Shift T? Tab open extension. Okay, let's just not try to guess things. I might delete something by default accident as well. Okay, tabs are usually in this mode. You can enter normal mode from the other modes by pressing escape. Yeah, makes sense. Hint mode. This mode highlights elements of the web page and performs actions on those elements. This is most often used for following links, but has many other submodes. Press F and exit with escape. So F for hint mode. Maybe it depends on the page. What's a good page I can test that isn't like going to lag my computer like hell? My blog, right? So let's open my blog. Is it the top option that gets chosen? It must be. Okay, so I can scroll. I have F for hint mode. Nice. Okay, so that opened my YouTube channel because I was F there. And then escape to exit. Oh, I like that. I love this already. It's like, let's say I want to go light mode. I would do FJ. And again, look at that. Without even pressing the mouse. Oh, that's so good. Go down. Let's say I want to read this article on function syntax. H. I don't know why it was green there. I expect there to be some issues, but like, if it's convenient, it's convenient. I can hold to scroll fast as well. Got these jumps. I don't know why it chooses different things to be green. I don't know if that's a bug or what. Table of contents. Yeah, like now that's the table of contents, and now it's like that color. That's not nice. See if I can fix that. So I can jump down to like the table of contents and say, okay, let's say I want to go to positional args. Look at that. Let's say I want to go back to the top of the page. There's an arrow at the bottom right. Press P. Amazing. Escape or control thing also does it. Hint characters are displayed as uppercase letters, but you should type the lowercase letter. Okay. Visual mode is experimental. This allows you to select text on the web page and copy it to the clipboard, or search for it using S and capital S with V. Or you can select text with the mouse. Okay, so if I get this back up, I can still use my mouse. So let's say I were to select some text here. Now I'm in visual mode. Okay, and escape exits it. Alternatively, I can press V. Okay, so that puts it in hints mode. Again, I don't know what this green is. And I can press X to highlight this entire paragraph. And I can select lines. Okay. Can I change? Yeah, and H and J will select different things. How about like words? Do those? Yeah. I can go by word as well. Although it selects the first letter for some reason. E will go to the end of the word. Wow. And then S. No, that's different. Okay, whatever. Search using S. Okay. There's semicolon H for hint mode, or there's slash searching. So I can search for like Rust. Right, but that's a built-in Waterfox feature. I didn't even know that. So now Rust is highlighted. Does N go to the next one? I don't know. Okay, cool. Command mode and ignore mode. This mode passes all key presses through to the web page. Useful for websites that have their own keybinds, such as games and Gmail. You can toggle the mode with Shift Insert, Control Alt Escape, Control Build Tick, or Shift Escape. So just do Shift Escape then. So now I'm in ignore mode. It means all my keyboards are ignored. Keybinds are ignored. So Shift Escape. Shift Insert. Insert's just too far away. It's also like an FN key. I don't even know how to enter insert mode. So that's kind of pointless then. Is it Windows? Nope. I don't know how that even works. Control Alt Escape. Yeah, I'll just do Shift Escape. While in ignore mode, you can execute a single normal by doing Control O, right? So if I enter ignore mode here, I can do Control O, F. And then let's say I want to click on G for some reason. I guess that just selects it. So now I'm still in ignore mode, but I did that one thing. Then I can escape ignore mode. No, I have to do this to escape it, yeah. And I'm back. Cool. Okay. Tridactyl can be configured to enter ignore mode for specific URLs. Run backlist add. Okay, I should really make a different recording for this, but let's just bowl here. Okay, so I can add URLs where it's ignored. Good to know. Ugh. Almost all the modes are controlled by a series of key presses. Okay. Tridactyl defaults using J to switch to the previous tab and K for the next tab. So K, J. Sick. I like that a lot, actually. Or wait, do I actually? I might reconfigure this. Like, what does L and H do? That's for going back and forth, right? But it probably shouldn't. Like, if I do capital H here, will it go back? Yeah, it does. Okay, I might... No, that makes sense. J and K are up and down. Yeah, that's cool. Yeah, so it specifically works with... For fuck's sake. It specifically works with up and down. Is J up or down? J's up, K is down. Sorry, I forgot my own fucking keybinds for a second. Let me just unload these tabs. It's getting too much RAM. Okay. Wait, am I tripping right now? Let me open some random projects. J is down, K is up. Yeah, no, J is down, K is up. So I should definitely change that. J is down, K is up. Here, J is up and K is down. Yeah, that doesn't make sense for vertical tabs, so I'm gonna change that. But I can do it now, right? Bind J, tab next. Bind K, tab prev. So now J is next and K is up. Okay, so I fixed it now. Tutorial mode for normal mode starts on the next page. Press F. Yeah. Well. This time try. Oh. Fuck. I guess there's only one link, so it took me to the one. But no, there's multiple links. But there's one link on the page, so I just clicked it. Fair enough. Normal mode is where you will spend most of your time. You can scroll up and down using K and J, left and right with H and L. Right. So here there's no left and right, but it's fine. Yeah, so J is down. Yeah. Okay. GT takes you to the top of the page and G to the bottom. Nice. Exact same as Neovim. So G bottom, GT top. That's very handy. I mean, most websites don't even like have a clear go to top button. Maybe there's a keybind, but I've never learned it. H and L navigate backwards and forwards in history. Use dot to repeat the last action. Oh, cool. So I can just do J and then just press dot instead. Nah, okay, I don't know how useful that is, but many key presses in normal mode take you to another mode. T, for example, puts you into command mode, pre-filled with a command for opening a new tab. So it does. But this is like a tab, like, yeah. Actually, yeah, it makes sense that it wouldn't just be like an empty tab, because why would I want to go to an empty tab? But if I just press this without anything, Tridactyl has to override your new tab page due to web extension limitations. What? I've been hacked. You can learn how to change it at the bottom of the page. Otherwise, please read on for some tips and tricks. You can view the main help page by typing help and access the tutorial with tutor. There's a wiki too. Okay. Here are the features. You can only navigate to most about and file pages if you have Tridactyl's native executable installed. Firefox will not load Tridactyl on about, some file, URIs, view source, or data. On these pages, Control comma is your escape hatch. You can change the Firefox GUI with GUI set and then restart. Tridactyl cannot capture key presses until web pages are loaded. You can use reload all to reload all tabs to make life more bearable, or flip to false in about config. It overrides your tab page because it cannot insert its content script on the default about new tab. Without the content script, our shortcuts won't work, even if you're just passing through the page. We're working with Firefox and improvements to the web. They're working with Firefox. That's cool. I mean, like this is such a cool thing, you know. Like it makes, because like it's not just about programming, you know. It's about. Okay, my J key seems to be broken until I click. That's so weird. Yeah, I can't do J sometimes. Yeah, like it's such a good, like it's not just about programming and like being used to Vim keybinds. It's about ergonomics. Like the keyboard is a great invention. you know, I'd like to use the keyboard because it's easier to use than a mouse and it's faster. Also, if you want to use a new tab page provided by another extension, you have to install it after, okay? Okay, sure. Can I do C to close the tab? No. Okay. F puts you into hinting mode. Open a link in a background tab. Oh, sick. So if I go back, if I press capital F here instead, now it's opened in a background tab. That's pretty cool. GI focuses the first text box on the page and allows you to press tab switch between text boxes. Right, there are no like text boxes here, I guess. That or GI just doesn't work. I don't know. Press tab switch between text boxes. I mean, there's that one. That's that's in the browser. So like if I'm here, I guess. Let's go back. GI. Yeah, GI does nothing right now. Tridactyl uses a similar notation to Vim for keys and modifiers. Control X means press Control, tap X. Okay. M means the splat key. Well, I don't know why it's called the splat key. The exception is when describing a default Firefox binds for Macintosh, then C means meta for Macintosh. Yeah, whatever. I'm not on Mac, so. B brings up a list of your current tabs. Press tab, shift tab to cycle through them. Oh, sick. Oh, sick. Well, what are these symbols? So P means pinned. D means deloaded or dead, I guess. Yeah. So I see which are open or not. So I can do enter. Yeah. Cool. You can also type to filter down the tabs based on the titles, URLs, or status. Of course. So what's it again? Tab. So B first. And let's say I want to go to my channel content. I can type YouTube Studio. Awesome. So now I have search-based tab switching. Halla fucking Julia. So I want to go back to Tridactyl. Just type Tridactyl and I'm there. That's so good. That's actually so good. Pinned, audible, muted, discarded. Okay. Opening web pages. W opens URLs in new windows. Like what? Win open. Oh, like literally open a new window. T in a new tab. O is in the current tab. So it will override the current one. So I can test this by doing a new tab on my blog. And then I can go over it and go to O, and go to Tridactyl. Or just search for Tridactyl on Google. Does it work with my shortcuts? Like if I do Y, does that work? I mean, I probably could figure that anyway, but like if I search for like Y fufu. Oh shit, it does work. That's awesome. So my key binds like that still go through Firefox, which is really good. Or like if I just want to do like GitHub, Kojo Bailey, so @G I have for that one. Okay, that doesn't work, but it works here. So that is a concern. Capital letter in opens the command with the current URL pasted into it. S lets you easily start a search with your default search engine in the current tab. So I can do capital S, search, okay. Search at Y, does that work? Will that open Google? Like at Y foo. Yeah, that is a literal search, okay. In general, you can search many search engines straight from these prompts by simply clicking your query with a search engine, such as Bing, DuckDuckGo, or Scholar. Right. So same for YouTube, I'm guessing. Like capital S, YouTube. Yes, so that works. Okay. It's a bit verbose though. Type YouTube, like that's where the shortcut syntax comes in handy. But I can do it and just tab open instead. So there is that. But it doesn't show my history there. So search YouTube. Can I search like GitHub? No, like that's literal GitHub search. Yeah. Okay. History, HTML. YY copies the current URL to your clipboard. Cool. P opens the clipboard contents as a web page or searches for it. In the current tab, new tab, control. Nice, capital P does that. Quickly search for the source of a quote by using semicolon P to copy a paragraph, and then P to search for the internet for it. Okay. Like copy that one. And then P. That's cool. That's actually awesome. ZI. Wait, so is semicolon mean paragraph then? I assume that means I can do WP? No, sorry. These are words. Interesting. Okay, so if I do V, I can choose a paragraph. So like, let's say I do V. No, those are code blocks though. How can I like select some text, like some specific text then? Oh right, search with slash. Jump with Control G and Control G. Sorry, this was zooming in and zooming out. So zoom in is ZI. Zoom out. Awesome. That's just generally just nice. Nicer than spamming Control Plus and then ZZ to reset. So let's say like I want to like Firefox. Oops. Okay. Can I yank that? Yes. Now I can paste Firefox and search for it. Okay. I mean, if I'm typing it, I'm probably going to do that anyway. But let's say I want to search for Firefox binds for Macintosh. I can type Firefox. Okay, it's there. I'm in selected mode, so I can do WW, then E there, select that, go back one, Y, paste, and now I have Firefox binds for Macintosh. Okay, can definitely make that more smooth, but that by itself isn't too bad. And then escape to exit. Control V sends an X keystroke to the current website, bypassing bindings. Okay, all the keys in normal mode are bound to commands. J is bound to score line 10. If you're ever curious as to what a key sequence does, you can do bind and the key. Right, so like bind J does that. I can do bind C. Nothing, right? Bind I does nothing. Bind O. Command line open. Let's like bind. Like Y does nothing. So I could bind Y to YouTube. Other than I couldn't press it twice, I guess, to do things. I don't know. But yeah, it'd be good to have like what's search? Is it S? So yeah, so S opens search, O just opens, and T's for tab. capital S is for tab open search. So like, let's say I could do like S, so like SS would just be search, SG for GitHub, SY for YouTube, like that kind of thing would be cool. By default, there are 3 browser mode binds: Control comma to escape hatch, Control 6 and Control Shift 6 to tab hashtag. Browser wide binds. These binds are accessible in all modes and anywhere within Firefox, even in pages which Tridactyl cannot run. There are a few caveats behind these binds. Yeah, I'm probably not going to rely on those. The next page will, okay. So right bracket twice guesses the next page. It's interesting. Can I go back? Yeah. Pretty cool. Although I'm guessing it's specifically for the previous page and not just like whatever. Like if I go here and do that, it can't guess what the next page is. Whereas if I do this, it'll choose it. But now can I go back with the same thing? No. So like it's specifically for like documentation then. Otherwise just do Shift H to go back, right? Hint mode. Okay, so there are many different hint submodes. They're all submodes. They all follow a similar pattern. Hinting modes display characters above various elements on the screen, which you can type to perform actions using those elements. So it's interesting. I can actually kind of like just hide a lot of my UI. Like, do I even need my tab bar right now? If I can just navigate using other things. Because like that is one other benefit of having keyboards. Things like a keyboard-based workflow with like commands. You don't need to have like things open all the time. Because like the whole reason that we have so many like GUI things open 24/7 is because you want to reduce friction. Like you want to reduce the number of clicks it takes to do a common task. So like if I want to click on a tab, I shouldn't need to like click on a show tabs button and then click on my tab. I should just have my tabs there constantly. Whereas if you're typing, well then just edit the keybind that says I want to open a tab and then choose a tab, right? So like yes, it's two steps, but like just because. But like think of entering the tab keybind, like the tab select keybind, as moving your mouse towards the tab bar. It's like that kind of thing, if that makes sense. Like that action of opening the list of tabs is like you were moving your mouse towards the tab you want to click on. That kind of thing. And like either way, it's still faster. So hint B or F. Copy link location to clipboard. So now that's there. Now if I paste it, it takes me to that link. Okay. Semicolon P to clipboard. Anchor location. That's very useful because sometimes you can't even see that necessarily. Yeah, no, that's really good. In this case, I think it's just the home page, right? Let's get like an actual example here. Was it? It was this. Right. I mean, I can't see all of them in this case anyway. Like for example, let's say I want to link to function calls, right? I can just do semicolon hashtag J, and then I can paste. And now I have the link for the function calls because you can't always see that. Like here, I have it here to copy it, but not all websites have it. So that's actually quite useful in other ways. It'd be cool if it showed my keybinds as I type them as well. I have that in Neovim. It's just for people who like, when you record videos, people can see what your keybinds are. It's not like a big thing, but it's sometimes useful to people. To kill an element, yo. Killed elements can be restored with element unhide. Why is small k and big K the same? Some hints have their tags in gray. If they're red, choose the red one. Okay. So I can do K. No, sorry. Semicolon K. And I can like kill Python. So it's just gone. What's Shift K? Same thing, right? Yeah. Wow. I just killed Python and whatever that was. And then what's the thing? Unhide. Fuzzy search. We like it. How do I select it? Just up. Tab. Tab. Okay. How do I unhide all of them? So wait, so again, I can do K and kill that, kill Ruby and kill Smalltalk, and then elements unhide. Class name elements undefined. Uh-oh. So now I can't unhide anything. Okay, well, whatever. Probably not gonna use that one too often. Visual mode is by default entered whenever non-text area selected. Okay. Zero, beginning of the line, total sign, end of the line equals successively until the whole web page is selected. What? Okay. Why do I have K and L? They're the same color, but only L seems to select it. I guess K was the thing before. Okay, so equal sign, go to the end of the page. Sure. O moves the invisible cursor to the other end of the selection. Y yanks, and then S searches. Okay. Command mode. Tab detach to detach the current tab into a new window. Bind to bind keys. View source to view the source. Cool. Like literally. Okay. Is it like on top of something? Is it on top of something? Can I go back? That's weird. How do I unshow the source? View config, map, and map, see the current commandings, help, composite. Up, down for command history. Okay. Tab for completion. Control F to complete the command from command history. Space to insert the URL of the highlighted completion to the command line. Control Enter to keep the command line open. Control O double Y to copy the highlighted completion to your clipboard. Okay. Then a bunch of settings here. Okay. Containers as a Firefox feature that lets the user separate their browsing into different isolated contexts. I don't use containers, so. It's good for account management, yeah. But I don't use them, so it's fine. Messenger. You can install this on your computer in order for Tridactyl to be able to run other programs. If I do that, it can use my favorite text editor to edit Firefox inputs. Huh? So I get Vim style editing. That'd be good for like, I wonder for Discord, honestly. Read Tridactyl settings from a file on your disk. Okay. Restart Firefox from Tridactyl's command line. Cool. Change the way Firefox looks. I use Waterfox, but okay. Load themes from your disk. Open privileged pages. Copy things to your extension buffer if you're on Linux. I don't know what that is, to be honest. Make Tridactyl work on addons.mozilla.org. Set up Firefox preferences from Tridactyl's command line. Choose where to save files and run arbitrary shell commands. It seems if these seem like interesting features to you, you can run native install and follow these instructions in order to install the native messenger. If everything went smoothly, running native should tell you that the native messenger is quickly installed. Okay. Hold on, help editor. Opens your favorite editor, which is currently GVim. Is that a joke? And fills the last used input with whatever you write into that file. I don't understand. Does it open Neovim in my browser or something? What is GVim? It's Vim with the GUI. But like, how does it look then? I don't understand how that looks. Okay, I'll come back to that. Next page displays how to use marks to move to a previously recorded position. Oh, so these are marks. So okay, so yeah, so these are what marks are in Neovim. I never use them, but I luckily forgot they existed. Are marks useful? I don't really have a use for them now. These work only on the page they were added on. Like global marks are pretty useful, but okay, I'll keep it in mind. So if I ever like feel like, that'd be useful, then I can switch. Mark using MA. Okay, is this how it works in Neovim? Just M? No, it can't be because M is for something else. Well, no, actually, no, it isn't. Let's give this a spin. Neovim config, let's say. Opens a random file, I don't know. Lua ls. So can I mark this? MA. Oh yeah. So now if I switch to like flash.lua and then do backtick A, it takes me to this marking. Okay. I guess that's handy. I don't know what else I can do with that though, but yeah. Well, now I know how it works. If I ever need it, I can use it. Using keyboard layers are different from QWERTY. Yeah. So I don't know. How do people use what's it called? Like, I assume people who use like Dvorak still have to use the default key bindings. Whoops. I have to get used to this now. Capital S Dvorak. How do I edit? I can do. I'm in normal mode. Okay, this takes me getting used to. How do I target that field so I can edit it? Is there insert mode? Jump to the search box. So that's just that doesn't work. What was it again? Well, oh wow, I've already forgotten the buttons. To jump to a box. F is for links. Or is F just like select a button? Yeah? So D goes here. Okay. Yeah, now I'd love to have this open like in a Neovim text editor. So I have to use my thing here, keyboard layout. Okay, so is F. Fn to open images. And let's say I want to bring this one closer, JU. JI. Okay, so typically trust the rightmost one then. So this is the Dvorak, but I notice how like the HJKL are not adjacent. So like I assume, oh, so where's Dvorak anyway? Oh, that's just his name. I thought it was literally DVORAK, like that was a layout. But like this is what the Primogen uses. I assume he uses HTNS instead of HJKL. But like, how does that affect his other keybinds? Because like, surely like they're completely different then, right? I don't know. Close this. So those are marks. Non-QWERTY. The getting help. There's a wiki. Okay. Right. So let me look on YouTube using YouTube. Let's search for Tridactyl in Firefox, or Tridactyl Vim, because I sort of limit it to. Interesting. That didn't actually search on YouTube. Okay. I could have sworn it did just now. Before when I did search YouTube, I could have sworn it search on YouTube. No. Okay. So instead, I can do O. No. What's open tab? O. T. Tab open at YT. That works. But again, like no autocomplete, and search for. What was it again? So my brain's really slow while it adjusts to this. Tridactyl Vim. That's weird. I swear these were working just now. Weird. Okay. So FA Tridactyl Vim. This does seem quite niche. Extremely niche. It'd be cool if the Primogen check this out. So capital F for background, and then JJ for this video. Nice. That's Vimothy. He read the entire Vim manual on an 8-hour flight. That's a good way to spend your time. Improve efficiency in Chrome Files with Vimium. That's DistroTube. Wow. Navigate the web entirely with your keyboard using the Vimium browser extension. That's Vimium though. That is Vimium. Vimium C. Okay. Have a look at this one. JY. I mean, so far I'm loving this. Like, I can do everything I need to do so far. Right, this is 26 minutes long, but it needs a nano mode. What the hell? Some notes. You can look at some config from a local RC file or URL. You should escape to go in and out of ignore mode on the fly. So to click read more, just do FHR. Okay. I mean, that's to be faster than clicking, right? Like, surely. Tactile Finder is opted by default. And my fingers feel so good because I'm not reaching for the mouse. Like, I feel that the temptation, but like, it's a temptation I feel cathartic or like catharsis for not using for not following, if that makes sense. So what day is it today? I do have to use my mouse to check the date because I don't have a good date command on my fucking computer setup. 29th. Today's Wednesday, right? So 2 more days until cinema. Okay. Textile find is also my default. Quick find is one button to Firefox. Bro, why are people going about nano? Is this a joke? What? I really tried to use this, but Qt felt better to me. Then I just migrated back to Firefox. That doesn't make sense. Next step, use a tiling window manager. Tiling window managers, yeah, I don't actually like tiling window managers that much. Like, they're useful for like having a terminal open next to your editor, but you probably want to have the editor like just open as like a terminal inside the editor anyway, either like using like Tmux or something in one window. And like aside from that, I almost never have windows next to each other. Like it's definitely better than floating windows, but I just prefer having everything be full screen, full stop. And then like in the rare occasions where I need to have 2 windows next to each other, then the tiling is nice because it's just immediate, like they automatically resize, right? I never use my floating window button. Yeah, I thought it was weird. Like I prefer just switching between different windows. And like it's so fast as well. I love it. They use Qtile. What? What's Qtile? Search Qtile. What's it for? It's tiling window manager. But in what? Okay, somehow I got myself into that other window there. Here I can scroll. So if I'm scrolling in this window, how do I exit this? Can I go back out? I can press tab, I guess. Okay, that's finicky. But again, like, some things just aren't going to behave well, unfortunately. So let me reply to this comment here. FHR. Add my reply. It's weird. I can't target the reply box. But tab works, so that's fine, I guess. That's the wrong thing, though. So we're cancel HY. There we go. If you switched back to Firefox, then why not use this extension? Then why not use this now? There you go. When I'm done, I'm in insert mode. So I press escape back to normal mode, F, then HO to reply. Look at that. GG, go back to the top. Look at that. I can go back to the top of the video without having to scroll up the comments, which is also very nice. Just making sure the cats aren't running up and down the stairs at like midnight. Okay, so let's watch this video. RT to play.
So if someone
just
forced me to choose what my favorite Firefox extension was, chances are I wouldn't really be able to pick, although it'd probably lean towards simple tab groups. But I've talked about that many times on the channel.
Hold on. So now that I'm doing this, I can do Shift Escape to do ignore mode. And now I can use normal keybinds.
Kind of
like F for full screen.
Overworn it a little bit. I've overdone it a bit because I like it so much. So I'm not going to talk about that today, even though I definitely could. Instead, I'm going to be talking about my second favorite type of plugin, and that is a type of plugin that adds Vim controls, Vim key bindings to Firefox. Now, these extensions are fairly common.
Now, realistically, I will use my mouse to watch YouTube videos anyway. It's more if I'm like, I don't know, being lazy. Well, I like right now, I use my mouse to like kind of scroll through this video and see what there is. What I need is like a keybind that just hides my mouse, because I don't like how it's still implicitly there. Cursor, sorry, I'm still in ignore mode. Cursor, mouse. Hides the cursor and covers the current page in an overlay to prevent clicking on links with the mouse to force yourself into hints mode. To bring back mouse controls. What? Okay, it's going off the screen, so I can't actually read what it says, which is problematic. To bring back mouse mode, control, use. What? Revert any variant of the no mouse mode suggested usage. Bind control list to mouse mode with the order command mentioned in no mouse or drawing start. Okay, so mouse mode is a thing. Yeah, I can't see that, but I guess I can look for help instead. Hides the cursor. Sorry, Neo mouse mode? Alright, and the mode is per thing, right? So mouse here, but now my mouse is hidden. Okay, can I have this just be like enabled by default, unless I specifically enter ignore mode? That's so funny. Is it Chinese? It's like random Chinese characters. It's a bit laggy, but fuck me, browsers are laggy, dude. Okay, mouse. So mouse mode again will deactivate it, right? Okay, and there's more. There's Pied Piper mouse mode. There's no sound, so I don't understand what this is about. Hides the cursor and covers a page and overlay during clicking. No, sorry, I didn't read that. Music variant of no mouse mode. What? What? Okay. Is there no fuzzy search on that? Okay. I'll see if I can get fuzzy search for these commands. Snow, Christmas variant, if you live in default hemisphere. What? So it's just snow. What? So the like variations of the Matrix one. But then what's the normal one? Yeah, just no mouse.
There are several different ones that exist, both for Firefox and Chromium-based browsers. So if you're not using Firefox, you can go to your Chrome-based browser and find one that does this. There's Vimium and there's Surfing Keys and a whole bunch of different other ones that you can use no matter what browser you're on. But there was one suggested to me a few days ago called Tridactyl. And this is a fairly new Firefox extension. I'm not exactly sure how old it is, so don't quote me on the new part, but it's definitely new to me. And it is a Vim plugin for Firefox. And one of the reasons why I like it so much is because it does a really good job of emulating the UI of Qt Browser. Now, if you've ever used Qt Browser before, you know that it's not a very modern looking UI. It's not meant to be, but it is very nerdy and I like it. So Tridactyl emulates that UI fairly well, and it is super powerful. Now, it does most everything that every other Vim extension does for your browser. It adds Vim movements. It adds modes and things like this to your browser, so you can do things with the Vim keys and with Vim motions and Vim commands, just like you would if you were inside of Vim. So it's not special in that it does things extraordinarily different from every other Vim plugin, but it does them in such a way that it makes it feel kind of like you're using Vim. So today we're going to be taking a look at Tridactyl, and we're going to go through the features, the things that I like, the things that I don't like, and so on. So let's go ahead and jump in. So let's go ahead and start off with the basics. Let's just say you're here browsing your favorite website, and you're reading the latest blog post on your favorite website, and you want to move around. So J and K will move you up and down. And if you are zoomed in far enough to the point where you can scroll side to side, you can also use H and L to scroll side to side.
This, but
you can
skip to the end here so we can see some of the stuff.
Okay, so the last thing to talk about here then, before I jump into a couple negatives, before we wrap up here, I know this video is kind of running really long. It's way longer than I thought it was going to be, but it's okay.
Hold on, this is it. Oh, this is his thing, the Linux cast. So I would do capital F, HU. Oh my god, dude, I don't have to right click anymore. Like, I'm so tired of right clicking and pressing open and link a new tab, or control click. But now I can just do F and type it and it opens. It's so much faster. Like it feels unnatural, but then once you do it, you're like, wait, that was like instant. And it's like, huh, okay, cool. Emacs rules, Vim drools. Why am I an Emacs guy now? He switched to Emacs? Why did I find that video when I was looking for Emacs and Vim comparisons? NixOS. That was 2 days ago. I will definitely be interested in watching in looking at these videos. He has an I love Vim hat. Get me that shit. Although it's all funny enough. Videos, JG. Yo. So good. It's also cool because like it gets you used to using Flash as well. Like that kind of workflow where you press the key and then you flash towards it. So I do like that as well. So let's see if I can add something to my watch later here. Like, can I JB and then F again to do KO for watch later? Okay, that works. But I don't get the convenience. Like here, because now it's highlighted the video. I can just click on it here instead. So it'd be nice if I could, like, how do I select a box? Is it V? Yeah, I guess V could work, right? Your district does matter. I agree. Self-hosting. Yeah, I don't do anything with self-hosting, so I'm gonna look at that. So like I could do V. This thumbnail, which would be YE, didn't work. VYZ, VYX. Okay, so like it's selected, but it's not showing the UI, right? Like for the watch later button. So instead I can just do FJB and then click the watch later from there. So not super fast. Like with your mouse, I can just hover over the videos and click watch later. So there's something there. So yeah, so like because these websites aren't designed for these keybinds, there are some things that the mouse will be better for. But even then, like it's not terrible, right? My favorite key bindings for all things. Might get some good ideas there. So again, F onto that, and then save to watch later. Can I redesign, say, Firefox? Firefox is fine. I mean, I use Waterfox, so I can't really speak about that. I do like Firefox. It's just I want a light browser, you know. But maybe that's impossible in a given the what do you call this? Given the webscape and how slow everything is by design. Why this guy doesn't use org mode on Emacs? But then why use Emacs if you're on Linux? I know he has a website, so I can do F, open the links with JK. It's gonna load. Like, there's no reason the browser should take that long to load that. So now I have this. So if I do V, just anywhere here, like IR, because I want to scroll inside the box, but I don't know how to do that. Like, how do I switch? Like, my question is, how do I hover on the things? I need like a hover key of sorts. That would be what I need right now, because like I can't hover in this box right now, which is unfortunate. There's a Discord server and there's a website. So let me go to the website, new tab, escape to close, hopefully. If not, I can just do FKS on the X button. And let's filter here. So F on the latest button, and then F and do KU for popular. It's gonna switch. A nerd's display manager. Log in like a nerd. I don't know what that is, but it sounds intriguing, so I want to again save that and save more later. Self-hosting changed my life. What I self-host? Yeah, that's what I'm curious about. Like, what do I self-host? Because like someone was talking about that the other day, and I don't really know what I would host. Like, I would host like a web server. Like, why? AI is a big one, but also why? NixOS, I'm probably not going to use, just because Arch has, I don't know, NixOS, I heard NixOS can be slower. So if I use NixOS, if I ever get NixOS, it would be if I get like a big desktop PC, but like powerful, and that I can use for like gaming and stuff, and like editing and like video editing, like powerful stuff like that. If I get a powerful computer, I'll get NixOS. But for my laptop, I want something more lightweight, so that's why I go with Arch. I'm sure the difference is probably minimal anyway between like the performance between the two, but yeah, either way, I do like Arch, and I'm not looking to download a new OS right now when I haven't even finished configuring Arch. Dude, after switching to Linux, like, if you use Windows, don't use Windows. Like, just switch from Windows. Like, the only reason to use Windows right now is Fortnite and Roblox. And Roblox can be run on the Android version on Linux anyway. Just don't use Windows. Like, Windows is such a pain in the ass. It's so slow. Like, the difference is night and day. I mean, right now my computer's lagging because but you know, keep in mind this is a ThinkPad and I'm recording on OBS. Usually it's like, but like, just, it's incredible. Like, it's almost like when I use my Windows laptop still, which by the way has like much better specs than this laptop, it is just painfully slow. I think just crash for no reason sometimes, and I'm just like, what? I was like, what? Was my laptop always as shit? Like, what was going on? Obviously, you know, like, but I think is like, I mean, don't get Arch Linux, but like, get like a pre-configured distro. Like Mint is a really good option if you just want to have an OS that works and like you don't have to configure it. Windows is just so annoying. Like you can't even configure it properly. Like I tried so hard to like, look at this, right? If I want to switch right now between my browser and Discord, boom. Different keybinds, boom. Right? And back to browser, boom. And then I can switch between them extremely quickly, right? Or OBS, extremely quickly. On Windows, to switch tabs, first of all, you can't switch arbitrarily. You can only go left and right. And it's Control Alt arrow keys, so left arrow, right arrow to go back and forth. And for some reason, you cannot disable the animation for switching your screen, you know, where like it slides across, which by the way is really laggy, so it's actually really slow as well. You can't disable that without also disabling like all other animations on your computer, or at the very least disabling your web browser animations. Like, seriously? Why is that not like a separate thing? It's so annoying, and it makes things slower for no reason. Like, it's one thing to have like a config that I can't customize to my liking. It's another thing to have a config that is literally that like to not let me config things in such a way that it makes things considerably slower to use. It's actually ridiculous. Yeah, fuck Windows, dude, honestly. Hyperland tips and tricks in 10 minutes. The most overrated Linux distros. Ooh, NixOS, ArchOS, MintOS. I don't recognize these other ones. I have used that file manager. I guess the other bad thing is that I can't like point and click. That's why I want a hover button so I can like point and click at things for the sake of the YouTube videos to say like, look at this. Or just use a mouse, but like a hover button would be ideal. Bash. I use it as H. Doesn't really matter, does it? Anyway, cool, interesting channel. I do want to check out their blog, the Linux Cast. I don't like how closing my tab, by the way, goes down instead of up. I don't know if that's the extension doing that or if that's my browser, but I want to change that because like you open tabs and they open downwards, so it doesn't make sense to do that. Smart boy. Trackball versus mouse, which is better? I've seen trackballs. I don't use trackball myself. I have like the red dot on a ThinkPad, but it's so shit. A trackball would be interesting, but I don't know. I don't use a mouse anyway that often, so rage creating windows, yeah. What is a makefile? New design. So it's a Qtile. Footing workspace in Hyperland. AI file manager. Okay, let's have a look at that then. List flexibility, custom buffers, diode, margin support. The margin support is nice, yeah. Vim, yeah, I mean it's the variable font size and also different fonts, but mostly the variable font size. That's the big thing, but it's not a big deal anyway. For me, my only issue with margin support is the fact that it just doesn't work right now with TreeSitter, so I need to update my thing and figure that out. But yeah, otherwise, don't think I. Okay, cool.
Okay. Anyways, this is right here is the documentation, and as you can see, it is definitely not the most. It's actually fairly organized because it is done alphabetically, so I can't say that it's not organized. But everything is very, very technical, right? All of the properties and settings that you can set via command mode.
Okay.
So the last thing that I want to do in this video is talk about a couple things that I just find negative, and I don't even have to talk about the search. The search is just broken. Another one is that it changes your new tab page, and it doesn't ask you to do that. It just does it, right? And that drives me nuts. Like I use my own custom new tab page on my main machine. This is a VM, and I want it to stay my page. I don't want you to change my new tab page because I don't need to see this every single time. So you can obviously change it back, but the fact that it changes it to begin with, just no, don't do that.
That's not a fair criticism because it literally says, like, if you read the first line, it says Tridactyl has to override your new tab page due to web extension limitations. You can learn how to change it at the bottom of the page, otherwise please read on for some tips. Like, it literally tells you why as well, so that doesn't make sense.
It's not good. That's not user-friendly. Don't do that. Have this page pop up the first time you install the plugin, fine. I don't care about that, but not every time I open up a new tab. That's just, no. I don't want you to do that. And finally, the thing that I wanted to say most about this was that, and you can kind of get a sense of this throughout the entire video, is that this plugin is really good, but it is in desperate need of a cheat sheet. It needs a cheat sheet so bad. Like if they had just like one page, similar to like what you get with Qt Browser, similar to what you get like with Veeb, both of those browsers.
That's interesting, yeah. I don't use cheat sheets for Neovim. I never did. I mean, that's not true. Like, I made my own cheat sheet. It's just a really shit one because it was just like an Obsidian list, like a markdown list in Obsidian. So I guess that's technically a cheat sheet. Yeah.
Are very much keyboard-centric browsers, and they both have cheat sheets that you can actually, it shows a picture of the keyboard and then has a list of all the key bindings right there. And it's, fantastic, right? This needs that. It desperately needs that because it has a ton of options, as I showed you, and a ton of key bindings that I didn't get to show you. And at least 30 minutes, I'm probably going to be able to cut some of that.
Anyway, to like this video, I do HM. At least in this instance. It will change, but like, it's just... Yep. What the fuck is Nano about? What are people saying? Too many permissions for me. It's fair. It does require a lot of permissions, unfortunately. It means that they can abuse it because like the browser isn't set up in such a way that it can't... Yeah, I don't know, it's weird. Like, how do you say this? The extension permissions aren't like granular enough to the point that you only get to get what you need. Like you kind of get over permissioned, kind of. Yeah, Trust is by far closer to what you can get out of browser emulating from behavior, especially like the feature as custom bind to outside programs such as XGO tool or copying text boxes by that. I wish you have the option to somehow rebuild it with Firefox, make it work on every page, at least partially. Tried V browser, probably going to switch. V browser? The fuck? That was 3 years ago though. Nah, Qt browser gives you the full Vim experience. Tridactyl doesn't seem to work with about setting extension pages and can scroll through the URL autocomplete options. And Qt browser has its own shortcomings with no extensions, but the vast majority of use cases can be solved with Grease Monkey scripts. Yeah, so honestly, like there's a real... Okay, is there a market for it? I don't know, but like there's a potential for someone to make a browser that's like has the extension support of Firefox or Chrome, but is just built for keyboard centric and navigation. But again, it's hard to do that on the web because the web is built for mouse clicking. Like everything here is built for you to use your mouse. Like YouTube is optimized for your mouse. So, but yeah, no, it's cool. It's almost like it's almost like having a disability in the sense like it's almost like when you are using features or it's like in the real world when you are, I don't know, like let's say you break your leg and suddenly you have to go like around in a wheelchair. Like you start to notice like, hold on, things are a lot like you start to notice just how tailored things are for people who aren't disabled versus people who are, and then you appreciate the people who and the services that do accommodate disabilities, but then you also notice the ones that don't, and it's like, wouldn't it be nicer if it works this way instead, right? It would be nicer for me, because people, most people obviously don't do this. I can't imagine how small the minority of people is right now using this extension, even like right now, who like have it, like who use it actively at the moment. But hey, I'm gonna try because I've been begging to have something like this for a long time. Tragically, I want it for Discord too, though. Yeah, I really want it for Discord now. Oh my god. Is it like a... Is it like a Vim keybind for Vencord thing? I imagine no. It's probably too complicated. Is it though? That's the wrong folder to do that. How do I search for... Here. Sorry, I'm blind. No. Am I in the Vencord Discord server? I don't even know what the fucking keybinds are for this thing. But yeah, I mean, like, for a messaging app of all things, I especially want Vim keybinds, dude. Because I do not want to have to, like, move my mouse all the time. Just to, like, click buttons and stuff. But there are some nice keybinds, like Control G, I think, opens GIFs. Control S for stickers, E for emoji. and it just so happens that those 3 buttons are close-ish to each other. Escape, I think tab for the text box. Oh, that's a bit finicky. I don't know what the text box would be usually. I have no idea how you search. Control S? No, Control F. That's search there. Like, how do I like navigate like around my Discord? Control space. And Control O. I don't know. But that'd be good to figure out. There's also a cheat sheet. I'm aware of a cheat sheet. I have no idea how you open it. Is it like escape? Escape twice? Like there's a keybind, I just don't know what it is. That's different. Control tab? That just took me to the next Discord server. Okay. So yeah, there's some keybinds, but like I would want more. Control escape, Alt escape. Yeah, I have no idea. I've installed, what's it called? Tridactyl. I've installed Tridactyl on Waterfox now. It's painfully apparent that the web and browsers are not designed for keyboard-centric navigation, but fuck me, does this feel good anyway? Amazing. I need Vim keybinds for Discord desktop now. I looked into Zed. I can confidently say I'd use it if I ever need a GUI IDE. Maybe I can get my uni to allow it alongside VSCode and Notepad++. No. You know you don't see it there. Come on. You know you don't see it there. Come on. There you go. Naughty feline. Yeah, anyway. Discord, Vim, keybinds. Yeah, but that's for like browser Discord, which to be fair on Linux is the same because it's not a client, it's not a local. What's the word? I don't know. Anyway, there's just there's benefits to the desktop version, even if it is Electron. As for Vim 5 for Firefox, I was wondering if there's a way to do the same for Discord. Literally me, 8 years ago. Holy shit. Okay, that's not good. It doesn't really exist. It's so weird. Like, has no one used like Vim and be like, yo, it'd be awesome if I could do that. If I could use Vim keybinds everywhere else. Like, I feel like that could be a really good idea. Probably not get much popularity, but like maybe it would. You know, maybe people would like open their eyes and be like, wait, I can do this. But I think the harsh reality is that most laptop users or computer users can like type at like 50 words per minute anyway. So, but like there's a decent number of like programmers and like power users who like do care about getting the most out of their system, right? Maybe even like gamers and whatnot. Like it's just so much nicer. I don't know, dude. Discord, Vim, keybinds. I'll try to search for something else as well. I don't know. I don't know.
I was going to be totally staying on topic today and really being a great non-ADHD filled person. But look at this. Vim Racer, the goal of the game is to navigate to every target as quickly as possible. All right. How do we do this? Vim Racer, what is this? Speed-based Vim game? Okay. I got Nerd Snipe. Oh, no, but see, this is just typing C#. Like, Tui, first off. Tua. Okay. The goal of this game is...
I've seen this before. Can I use my extensions that I'm used to? Probably not. What? Well, it's pointless because I don't have like my fucking like relative number lines and everything. Bro, I don't know how far up it is. I'm gonna calculate it myself. Oh wait, I can use yeah, fair. Holy shit, that was awful. Try again. S, down, up, down, boom. I pressed the thing. Yeah. No, out. No, bad. Okay, better. Still pretty shit. Okay, boom, 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 boom. Down, boom, boom, boom. Boom, 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 boom. Better. Yeah, no, there's a point.
To navigate to every target as quickly as possible. So this one, I can't do it. So we can go, what, 5 down. Oh, click the editor. Oh, no. Go all the way back. FD, FG, 3 down, underscore FD. Let's go, FG. Oh, that was kind of... Oh, FD, FG, 3 down.
Yeah, you can memorize it by just memorizing it. Got top 10. Anyway, so I thought I'd find a video about the native messenger, but oh well, because I can't really do that. So I'll just have to download it and try it out myself. Use your favorite text editor to edit Firefox inputs. I want to see someone like someone using that. You know, is it like a Discord or something for Tridactyl? Tridactyl Vim. There's a GitHub. And there's a website too. There's a GitHub. Same thing here though. Okay. Oh yeah, it's open source too. That's actually quite handy. It's coded in TypeScript. I guess that's not too surprising. At least it's TypeScript. When's the last commit? Yesterday. Oh, sick. So like it is active. It has 6.3 thousand stars, so it's fairly popular. Okay, so this is GitHub, so this would be a good little test here. So like I want to start that, and then let's see the issues people have with it. Add setting to require typing full hint. Find shut down many ranges. Mode indicator disappears. I'll get up book to the sites. A lot of these are from the same person. I wonder if they're a developer or open bookmark folders. Good first issue. Huh. That's a cool tag. So I'm guessing that means it's good for like people to check who haven't contributed before. Labels. Yeah. Yeah. Okay. I don't know, I can click off there. Window, okay, feature request. 2020? Bloody hell. Open bookmark folders for 2019. Make relaxed strict mode a per container or... Okay, choose style tab interrupt. Generated hints are shifted around. Option display mode. Window title. So let's look at this one, the open bookmark folders. What's that about? So this wasn't ever addressed. I guess no one really cares about it enough to do it. And there's this one here as well, 2020. Yeah, so he must be like a lead developer then. Yeah, Tridactyl. Cool. Well, I don't know what I would do to contribute, but there's another open source project. Here's a website. What is Tridactyl? Testimonials, structural as detailers, Google Summary of Code, ideas page, docs. I want like, I don't know, dude. Give me J and Jeff King, co-author of Git. I'm mostly just a user of Tridactyl. Co-author of Git? What? User author of ripgrep. Not as good as Pentadactyl. But what are these reviews? Browsing internet, yeah, that's good. Got something in French. They're doing their best. I guess that's someone like replying to other comments. The more and more I use it, the more bugs I find. Not as good as Pentadactyl. What is Pentadactyl? I've heard of it today already. Hilarious. Yeah, but like, what's the... How do I get to the end of this? Bro, I fucking control? Yeah. Pentadactyl Vim. It's on Wikipedia. It stopped working. Okay. Still pretty buggy, slows things down, but it's totally worth it. It's so did this show on the browser then? The input tutorial is here on top. Yeah, very nice. Used to be pretty useless. Okay. There is configuration. You can disable the homepage. Maybe it's an old thing though. Leave like a bit disabled. The plug says your home. People keep talking about the homepage. Like, dude, it tells you. It literally tells you the first thing that why it does that and how you can disable it. Like, it's not. That's not a big deal in the slightest. Does work on some sites. I mean, it's actually limitation. Yeah, no easy access to settings. No. There's view config. Yeah. It didn't even open the thing, just opened this instead. Fair enough. No whitelist. There is a whitelist now, right? For a plugin that's supposed to enhance my user experience, that's a fail in my book. Well, you focus on like the 4 negatives and not like everything else. Like, how about the fact that it does what you would like it to do, which is give you Vim keybinds? But whatever, dude. Some people. Okay, talk to us. Please have a Discord server. Yes. Okay, so whoops, restricted. What? Libera chat. I can't even use my keybinds here. What did I press? What did I press? Libera? Yeah, I think I did. I don't know what that is though. Anyway, Discord. Get that sweet invite. Automatic, right? 250 members. Accept. Fuck. Can't just press accept with a keybind. Tragedy strikes. Are there any like demo videos? Like that's what I really want right now. There's like a demo. Tridactyl demo. Firefox demo. Okay, that'll be good. It's a teaser. The fuck? The Nova redesign. It's a bit clickbaity. But then again, small YouTuber, 1 hour ago. Let's have a look. Let's give it a chance. You know, maybe it's not AI slop. 3D view. This is a joke. Oh, for yeah, no, actually that makes sense. For developing. No, that's good. I've never used that. Is that still a thing? Because that's gonna be good for like seeing the order of things. Then again, it doesn't really matter at the end of the day, but it can be good to see like how things are hidden. Yeah, there really isn't much like on this. There's surfing keys, but surfing keys gets less traction than this. So.
Hi everyone, I wanted to introduce you to a browser plugin that I recently found. It's called Tridactyl, and with it you can manage your browser with Vim-based shortcuts. Let me show you how it works. So if you want to scroll up and down, you can use the letters J or K. So J to scroll down, K to scroll up. If you want to jump to the end of the page, you can use Shift G. Now I'm at the end of the page. To jump to the very beginning of the page, type double G. And now I'm at the beginning of the page. To select the link, we enter the hint mode, which we do by F. So every link gets a key assigned to it. And let me say I want to select the block. I can just type A. Now the block is selected. Okay, now let me select another link. Let me use the first one here with P. So I'm typing P. Now I'm at this page and I can scroll up and down. While I'm at this page, I can also show you another functionality. So you can easily zoom in by typing ZI. You can see the zoom level is now 150%. And to zoom out, you can type ZO.
What the fuck?
And to reset the zoom level, it's double Z. and now the zoom level is reset. If I would want to copy the...
Okay.
About 7 hours ago, Firefox, the official Reddit profile, posted this in their subreddit. A new Firefox design, Project Nova, is ready to try in nightly, which means that Project Nova is finally here. And in this video, we are going to test this to see whether this new design is good or bad. They also made a blog post about it. Let's improve quality build after build. Before we even download Firefox Nightly, I want to say something very important. It feels like this new design is inspired from Opera. For some reason, to me, they absolutely look the same. I did leave a comment in the subreddit saying, did you even think about vertical tab users? What a letdown. You might lose a lot of vertical tab users. And you will see in this video why my comment is true. So let's go ahead and download the Nightly version and you will see what I'm talking about. Here is the installer right here. Let's double click it and install it. If you want to go ahead and read their terms of use and privacy notice, go ahead and do so. Also, you can enable or disable this however you want. Personally, I don't want to send any information to Mozilla. And let's click continue. Right off the bat, it feels like I have two windows open because of this separator right here. Because the tabs are rounded now, I feel like there is so much dead space here. And for me, that's just wasted space. So let's go ahead and turn on vertical tabs. And just like you are seeing right now, it feels like I have 3 windows open because this separator here is too big. These are pixels that make the UI feels like it's chunky. Personally, I don't like it. Also, as you noticed, personally, my default browser right now is Zen browser. And because I'm using vertical tabs and I'm used to them, look what happens when I hover to the left. The vertical tabs bar or the sidebar appears. And this is how I like my browser.
Yeah, I hate
now. Let's go ahead and try to replicate the same thing in Firefox. So if I come here, look what happens. First, it takes longer, but this is easily fixable. Now, this is what's bugging me. If I come all the way here to the end of the screen, the sidebar doesn't expand.
It is nightly, but like that's quite the oversight. Did I just close it? I did. I don't know how I did that. Go back to sleep.
About 7 hours ago, Firefox, the official Reddit profile, posted this.
Okay. So... Native Messenger. Does anyone have... Are there any video demos of the native messenger in action? I most want to see how the text input works. Yeah. W3M and Vim plugin. W3M and Vim plugin. What? It's not a plugin. I'm guessing this page is like optimized for people who use W3M. I have no don't even any images or previews of it. That's an image, right? Yeah, those are images. Do they render CSS though? Eh. Whoa, new feature, Vim mode in Discord. Is there a terminal Discord mode? Discord terminal. Endcord and Discordo. Okay. Give it a try. Lightweight, secure, and feature-rich Discord terminal to a client. You get no images though, which is a downside, obviously. But you do get just the chat, which is pretty cool. You can quickly switch to other things. Pretty cool. Into your token. It'd be cool if you can like preview, like if like you can click show images in like an external image viewer or something. They wouldn't show like in line, but you could like just hover over them to show them anyway. That'd be pretty cool. TBH. Here's endcord. Because like it's not even about having it in the terminal. Like obviously the terminal is a downgrade. I do prefer GUI. It's just having the keybinds and less lag, you know? But you do sacrifice like everything else, so. But like just like these have like almost no images and no images anyway. Maybe I'll give it a try. Let me close this, by the way. I'm not even using that. See what people are saying. This was 8 months ago. Mask controls are built. Okay, that works. Built in ASCII art media player. Interesting. That'd be kind of fun to look at. RPC server, game detection service. Cool. That actually works then. Powerful Extension API, theming, all the managed features, and voice calls are under development. Yeah. Thing is though, like with VenCord, there's a lot I can do. Right? Like what do I miss with when using VenCord? But what do I even use VenCord for, to be honest? Like translation? Yeah. Stuff like that. I don't know. Like I feel like it just lack too many features, you know? How do I upvote? JH or JJ? JP? Got it. The message in the chat are damn near unreadable. Multi-line quote. Yeah, and that, I mean, that example, it looks pretty fucked, but that's because it's showing like embeds, right? Yeah, embeds also would be problematic. Cool project, but honestly the message in the, yeah. Anime, news, Discord, why even leave the terminal? Anime? Bro, what? News. Terminal news? That's hot. Encore 2.0 would be a small GUI library. That'd be cool. So this is Mizivik. Check their profile. Okay. There's a Discord server. Discord is just so important, isn't it? Discord and Vim. Doesn't get much better than that. If only they could unite. Do you want to be notified when there's a new Encore version? No. How easy is it to just like test it? I don't know. Anyway, I'm gonna end this recording because it's kind of being dragged on at this point. So, I checked out Zed, right? Yeah. So impressions on Zed looks cool. If I ever have to use it or have to use not Neovim, I'll use it, or I'll try to use it. And if I can't do that, then VSCode it is. But yeah, in any situation where I'd otherwise have to use VS Code, I'd like to use Zed. And Trisclyptos, what the fuck is it called? I don't know. I'm gonna use this because I'm already getting used to it and I'm loving it so far. So I'm gonna keep using it and see how that goes. Because oh my god, dude, it's just so nice. Like even when I do use my mouse, it's nice just to have the option to use my keyboard as well. And I feel like I'm gonna find myself naturally just gravitating towards using the keyboard anyway. Just because like it just feels nice, keyboard, you know. And I'm looking forward to on Friday buying a keyboard, an external keyboard, so I can finally put my laptop like up here instead, and then use my keyboard, which is better for the posture. So exciting times. Rofi, by the way, still need to customize that, but like rice it, like skid it, but it works. I have a launcher for my config and for my projects, so it's awesome. Yeah, I'm now gonna try sleeping by pretending to sleep, because apparently if you LARP sleeping, you will actually fall asleep. So let's see if that works, because it's approaching midnight, and I want to wake up at 8 a.m. So, but last night I slept at like 4 a.m. So we'll see if that works. All right. Good night. Oh, and tomorrow I'll check out the Discord thing, among other things. But yeah, I want to check that out.